All right, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the CIO East Africa The Year Ahead Forum 2021. This is a platform and this is a forum where we want to build a resilient digital future. And I'm glad that we are all here logged in and excited and looking forward to such an engaging and interacting session. We had an amazing 2020 where we were able to harness and navigate through the crisis that was there. The beautiful thing is that we were able to come to this digital platform where we can be able to interact, engage, build a partnership, get to know each other, and we can be able to build a lasting digital platform for us. So welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is CIO TV. My name is Ian Moirore, and I will be your moderator for the session. They actually say that things don't go wrong. Things start wrong. So we want to start the year on the perfect platform where we can be able to cast the vision for you and tell you how we are going to go and run the year. We've got amazing activities that have been planned for you. We've got such an amazing speakers who have been lined up, corporate leaders who have been in the industry, who understand your needs, and they can be able to carry it and take it forward. So ladies and gentlemen, I just want to invite you once again, sit back and relax, and welcome once again to CIO East Africa TV, where we keep it all digital all the time. We were going to build a resilient digital future for you. So definitely we are starting on the right forum, and I know that we're going to be engaged. We're going to have a fantastic time. We have an amazing panel discussions lined up for you, and I want you all to just keep each other engaged. Throw your questions in the chat rooms, and then we can be able to come and appreciate you. So thank you once again for joining us. We've got CEOs from even the medical world. We've got corporate leaders. We also have CIOs from the banking sector. So definitely we have all industries covered. So we also want to appreciate even our partners. We've got Schneider, we've got Kraft Silicon. We want to appreciate you, Little Cab, and many, many more. So thank you once again for partnering here with us. I know definitely this is not the right time to come and tell you Happy New Year, but I just want to welcome you once again, and we are looking forward to having such a fantastic and engaging session. Thank you once again to our partners and to those who are able to be with us in 2020. We appreciate you. One notable thing in 2020 is that we had, for the very first time, a lady taking the crown of the CIO East Africa 2020. That is none and Jane Mwai, who's going to be also one of our speakers here. We see that the ladies are definitely transformative. They are coming and they're remaining agile, and they're coming to take the crown. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. To the gents who are watching us, let us also be aggressive in what we do, because everyone is looking at you to be able to bring a digital transformation. Everyone is looking at you to make sure that we can be able to change this platform and be able to make such a nice, cohesive environment where we can be able to build each other in this technology space. This one notable quote that had been mentioned is that definitely disruption is coming. And it's going to happen in the corporate sector and also in the public sector. And it is a lovely lady who came up with that quote. She is very transformational. She is strategic. She is the chairperson of iGov Africa. And she is also the founder of Hanoi Congratulations to the ladies watching me in the Hanivation team. You have done such an outstanding and amazing job. This is a lady who has been able to come and give us the way forward and create a platform where we can be able to engage each other in this technology space. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again, and we would like to appreciate and invite none other than the CEO of CIO East Africa, the ever so lovely Laura Chite, to come and just give us some welcome remarks and take us forward, and just also outline and point out the various events that we're going to have in the year. So thank you, Laura. Thank you for your leadership, and we are looking forward to listening and to just hearing your wisdom nuggets. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is CIO East Africa TV 2020, where we are going to be chatting and discussing on the year 2021. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to yet another year of CIO engagement and activities. We look forward to hosting you the whole of this year, and thank you so much for your support from last year. I've just been watching our MC as he does his intro, and myself, I think this year he needs to package whatever it is he takes in the morning for breakfast so that we all have the same energy as him. So thank you very much, Ian, for being with us once again, and we look forward to a great session and many more summits in the year 2021. So to kick off our session today, we are very excited to have you join us, and we have an amazing agenda set out for you today. But as usual, let's start off by, engaging in some kind of social media. So our theme for today is building 2021 with a better future. So please get onto social media, do your social media thing. Can I get my slides up, please? Do your social media thing, and let's start off by welcoming everybody to join us and just letting them know that we are alive and ready to kick off the event. So Building Back Stronger in 2021, our hashtag is CIO Year Ahead. Please tag all the platforms that we are on, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. Take a photo of what you see on the screen. Take a photo of your cup of coffee. Take a photo of your cup of tea. Take a photo of yourself and post it online. This year's theme for CIO Year Ahead, Building Back Stronger in 2021. Last year, we know we had a crazy year. It was a pandemic. We were all trying to survive. But today, our main focus is to just make sure we look at how technology can help us rebuild our businesses, rebuild our services, rebuild our organizations, and just make sure we are back on track with whatever plans we had in 2020. So let's get ready to listen to what our speakers have for us today. I want to start off by wishing you all the best in 2021. I know 2020, we tried to finish off on a high note with the CIO 100 Awards, where we asked you to nominate yourself, your organization, and your partner who delivers technology solutions to you. So congratulations to the winners last year. And we do hope to look at a great array of winners this year. And every time this year when we call out to you to submit your projects, please do submit your projects. Once again, I'd also like to say thank you so much to those of you who were brave enough to come and join us at the awards ceremony in Naivasha. We had a fantastic time. We celebrated what we could celebrate. We all know that we needed something exciting just to close the year, and we thank God that we ended up having a great ceremony without any incidences. So best wishes in 2021, and let's work together this year. So what were the disruptive technologies from an emerging markets perspective? I was doing some research as I was preparing for my keynote today, and some very interesting things came out, especially for us who are in what is called emerging markets in 2020. Artificial intelligence and big data. We are collecting a lot of data, and that data needs to be interpreted into something. And I think it's even more so now that we have to do a lot of things online due to the pandemic. So these two technologies came out big time. Faster networks. If you did not have connectivity that was fast enough, there is no way you would have been productive in 2020. So that is one of the things that really pushed hard and came out strong in 2020. Things like 5G came up, and you all saw the story around I'm a technology enthusiast, so I don't believe in this story that 5G and coronavirus have got something to do with each other. That is bollocks. At least that's me from a personal perspective. And even for those of you in technology, I do believe you believe the same. But we do know we need faster networks for us to continue engaging, and this started showing up in 2020. Mobile money. Thank God we live in Africa, and thank God We move very fast from an innovation perspective. There is no way we would have been able to continue engaging from an economic perspective without mobile money. We needed to transfer money from point A to B, pay for services, pay for goods, and movement of goods and services. So mobile money was very, very big for us from an emerging markets perspective. Digital living. I thought about everything that we've been doing online. We've been working from home. Our kids have been going to school from home. We've been continuing to train. We've been outsourcing because life had to go on and business had to go on as usual. So we were set up in this environment that I personally call digital living. Everything that we're doing around us was around technology and around the digital space. So that came out very strongly, and it showed us that we can actually continue with life without moving from point A to B. Those of you based in Nairobi, you've seen the amount of construction that is going on in the city today. Without digital living, there is no way you would have been able to do anything between last year and this year. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, there was a lot of funding around startups. There was a startup explosion. And for me, this is from a personal observatory perspective. We saw a lot of funding. All the companies or all the startups that have been coming up with amazing solutions were getting amazing attention suddenly. So it's time for you who make decisions around what technology your organization is going to consume. So start looking at startups and seeing what can you take from them that can help solve the problems within your organizations. Because remember, from an emerging markets perspective, our problems are different. Our challenges are different. Our needs are different. And the startups within our environments are actually coming up with technology solutions that can fix those problems without us having to go and buy super expensive solutions that we have to wait for them to be tweaked for them to address our issues. So from a 2020 perspective, these are the disruptive technologies that we saw in, as I say again, in especially our emerging markets. My next slide talks about the global versus the local, and this is a comparison that I was looking at. Bain & Company is an international organization that does research for the Fortune 500 around various things from a business perspective. Technology, human resource, economies, investments, and things like that. So I looked at what they had come up as the 2021 top tech global trends versus what would matter to us from a local perspective. A few of the things are comparative. And for me, I think it's important that we focus on what our needs are from a local perspective in 2021 in order for us to be successful. So number one, cybersecurity. No doubt about that. We need to continue to be secure, and let's not drop the ball around this. If you were able to fluff around last year, get serious this year. You need to be very careful around cybersecurity. And I'm so happy that we have a security company that will be presenting to us today, talking around the importance of cybersecurity and where we're going, and how exposed you could be if you're not careful. Cloud. This story never ends. We've been talking about cloud for the last I don't know how many years. And what I came across was a very interesting statement. The as a service, okay? And basically what this means is that we are doing everything from a cloud perspective. All the technology is sitting in the cloud so that it's easily accessible for you to be able to satisfy your needs instantly. If it is from a business perspective, if it is from a personal perspective, if it is from a training perspective, whatever it is important that everything sits in the cloud for easy accessibility from any device, anywhere, okay? Digital transformation, this story continues, it does not end. And now it's going to be even more aggressive from a local perspective for us. So we need to continue thinking about what are the important things we need to do around digital transformation for us to move from point A to B or from D to E or whatever it is, wherever you are in your journey of digital transformation. Do not ignore that. Connectivity and edge AI, that's another story that continues for us. Remember, I talked about 5G, I talked about data, I talked about all sorts of things. So this is important for us because we need faster engagement. And remember, I mentioned instant gratification. Even if you look at the social media perspective, everybody is online because they're looking for instant gratification. So connectivity has to continue being a big thing for us. And I urge the companies that provide connectivity from an East Africa perspective to continue improving the levels of connectivity they have for us. We are requesting for less downtimes. We want to be able to be productive at any time, at anywhere from a connectivity perspective. Financial services. Financial services has continued to be disrupted. Initially, the banks were leading from a financial services perspective. But now we're beginning to see insurance and SACCOs, cooperatives, are picking up on this very fast because it is difficult for us to continue on face-to-face engagement. But if financial services adopt technology very fast, we're going to be doing very well soon. All up. The future of work is no longer a myth. we had been talking about this for the last 1 year. It is no longer a myth. Staffing has changed. Skills have changed. We are now outsourcing. You could be sitting here and you're doing something for somebody in the US or in South Africa. So the future of work is no longer a myth. Those of you who are operating with old skills, take advantage of online. Start adapting to new skills, get training in new skills, get new digital skills so that you can deliver services anywhere at any time. You also have the opportunity as a business or a service or the services industry to deliver your services anywhere at any time. So take advantage of the future of work. Innovation. Startups are going to have a major big bang at this rate. So from an innovation perspective, let's continue looking at some of the things that we can do to be more innovative, to take advantage of those people who are coming up with new solutions. I have seen all sorts of organizations in the last 1 year doing amazing challenges around innovation. You know, starting with our Konza Techno City, going to organizations like the UK Tech Hub who are promoting innovation. So let's actually look at some of these organizations from a local perspective who are doing amazing things around innovation. We look at the government of Kenya, Ministry of ICT, Youth and Innovation, did an amazing thing through the Communications Authority of Kenya and did some amazing, came up with an amazing list of solutions around innovation. How many of us have taken advantage of those solutions? How many of us have reached out to those startups? And to those startups that participated in all these challenges, it is time for you to get out and tell your story so that you're able to go to the market. And these organizations that are looking for solutions can take up your solutions and be able to implement them within their organizations. So from a local perspective versus the global perspective, you can see there's a bit of comparative. We are actually competing from a global perspective. This is a good thing for us as a technology hub in East Africa. Now, what is the role of CIO in all this? We've done a review of 2020. I've talked about the future, which is 2021. Where do we plug in and why should we matter to you? Why should you spend time with us in the next few summits that we're running through the year? These are our major events in 2021, and we really urge you to join us. Remember, we're now having the year ahead. I talked about financial services disruption, continuing. We have InsurTech, we have Sacotech, we have FinTech. Those summits are going to focus around the financial services industry. So please join us for that. And then we're going to look at the hospitality vertical. The hospitality industry has struggled in the last 1 year. But I believe there's a role that technology can play to change this for them to be able to play in the market. Public sector, we are going to run a public sector forum. We know public sector is struggling to adapt from a technology perspective. They still have to deliver services to you and I as citizens. So from a technology perspective, what solutions are available in the market for the public sector to be able to adapt so they can be able to deliver services to you? And then the industry 4.0, which is around manufacturing. Manufacturing space has to also adapt very fast to technology. We saw from last year when we ran our first Industry 4.0 summit, the response was amazing. So what we want to do is we want to continue holding the hands of those in the manufacturing space to be able to adopt technology very fast. And this year, because last year was a hard year for many of them because many of their factory workers and all those people had to work from home or they had to change to smaller shifts and all that, so that they're able to recover very fast. This is core to our economy from a regional perspective. So we must be able to hold their hands and work with them. Then security. I talked about security and cloud. In the month of March, we'll be delivering the Cloud and Security Summit. Please make sure you join us because these two technologies are very important for you to continue to be able to deliver from wherever you are at any time. Here you are watching a virtual summit, engaging with us. Now, let's see from there how we can apply the same thing to be able to accelerate and grow in 2021 to be able to recover from 2020. And finally, we are going to have fun with our golf day. We look forward to those of you who will be comfortable enough to join us, and let's have some fun and not just working too hard. We must work hard and play hard and be able to socialize and network and get to know each other. And finally, we will have the CIO 100 Symposium and Awards. I don't want to talk too much about that. All I have asked is, this year, you want to be a winner. Please submit your projects early enough as soon as we make that announcement. Now, these are our summits for the year. There are many other activities that we do, and you will receive invitations from us for that. The other thing that I want to talk about that's a great tactic for us is our magazine. This year, we are offering you love very early. It is the month of February, the month of love, okay? And CIO, we love our partners, we love our customers, we love our delegates, we love our staff members, we love our technical crew. So we have a great offer for you, from a CIO magazine plus perspective, please sign up and join us and get a copy of the magazine in both print and digital. Take advantage of the discount that we have and get on board and be able to access the latest news from a technology perspective. So that's a little bit around how we plug into you and the role that we play as CIO East Africa in making your life easier and bringing solutions to you from a technology perspective that you can consume so that you don't spend too much time looking for this. And remember what we keep saying. The technology decision makers, today, your role is changing very, very fast. You've actually become business decision makers within your organizations. So your work is to advise the business using your technology background. So your work is not to go around and look for solutions. Your work is to find the right solutions, which we will push to you, which you can push to the business and show value, okay? So building back stronger in 2021, looking at some of our speakers, if you look at the first two speakers that we have, their quotes are very powerful, talking about two very important things. One is talking about, Dr. Tosef is talking about how we need to collaborate in a creative way between technology and humans. And I always say this thing, do not think that technology will replace you as a human being, okay? So it is important that remember there's that synergy. Michael Onyango is talking about the way we have to re-strategize to be able to survive and flourish in 2021. And that's why we're talking about building back stronger in 2021. How are you going to be able to re-strategize? Be agile, especially because we're in the digital era. I talked about digital transformation. So you take advantage of that and be agile enough. The good thing with technology is that you can be agile, especially if you're sitting on the cloud. That whole agility thing is very important. So how do you take advantage of that? Re-strategize, think differently, think out of the box. You know, once bitten, twice shy. So you need to think out of the box and see look at how you're going to flourish in 2021, taking advantage of the fact that you have technology that you can use to implement whatever it is you need to implement to adjust and be able to survive. Can I have my next slide, please? So next slide, we're going to look at the next two speakers that we have. We have Kenfield Griffith, and Kenfield is talking about customer efficiency. Customer is king. Whatever you do, you need to retain your customer, you need to acquire a customer, okay? You need to grow, because it's the only way that you can grow without breaking your bank. Let's all remember, we had a difficult time last year. But how do you take advantage to be able to grow? Real-time response to your customer. Listen to your customer. The customer voice is very important, okay? And we have Carol who's talking about data centers. These are so important to us today. The data centers are the foundations of transition today. So we are living, as I said, digital living, and this is a digital world. The digital world has become a digital village. It has been a digital village for some time. So what is your plan around your data centers? Where is your data sitting? Is it secure? Is it easily available to your people? Are you making sure that that data can be accessed at any time from anywhere? And is it data, customer data, that can make the customer happy and you can respond to the customer instantaneously as they are having issues with you? So let's make sure that we take advantage of that in 2021, because 2020 showed us customer is king. And the longer you take to respond, the more you lose your customer. So whatever you do with that customer data, wherever it is sitting, and how you use that customer data is very important to your business, okay? Finally, the last slide, I want to talk about security. And the security, we have Imran from Fortinet talking about security. And Imran is saying that the threats are so advanced. They are so advanced. Considering last year we were all online. Grown-ups, children, grandparents, whoever you are, wherever you're transacting from, on your phone, on your laptop, on your desktop, on your tablet, you're always online. Whether you're reading the news, whether you're training, whether you're working, you're always online. But how secure are you? So I can't wait to hear what Imran has to say around security from that perspective. Very, very important to us. And then Kane from Trigger Foods is talking about this will be a year for opportunities that companies have positioned for themselves, okay? You have to take advantage of the new technology environment. We have no choice. We have no choice, okay? We have to rethink our strategies, as Michael said, and Kane is saying the same thing. Rethink our strategies and take advantage of new technologies. What are companies doing around that? Are you still operating in the same way you were operating 3 years ago, 5 years ago? I was talking to a friend of mine who was talking about life. She was reading somewhere that said, your life should be around planning in 5-year blocks, okay? If you're still operating in 2021, if you're still operating technology that you had in 2003, then we have a problem. So you need to upgrade, take advantage of the new technology environment so that you're able to thrive. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say a big thank you to all our partners. You are the reason as to why we are able to run these sessions as CIO East Africa. I'd like to say a big thank you to our delegates. Thank you so much for trusting us, and thank you once again for joining us this year for the first summit of the year by CIO East Africa. I look forward to seeing you at the end of the session and us recapping all the amazing content that has been lined up for us today. And let's see how it's going to add value to the things that we have to do this year so that we can continue to be productive as organizations, as public sector, as we deliver services, engage with our customers in a secure environment, make them comfortable about the fact that we are holding their data, and be able to access solutions and take advantage of new technologies using the cloud. Once again, thank you very much, and I'll see you later when we are closing.
The Fortinet Security Fabric, enabling digital innovation with the broadest end-to-end cybersecurity platform. It all starts with network security and the #1 next-generation firewall and secure SD-WAN solutions in the world. Secure and accelerate the network and user experience. Secure Wi-Fi and switching access. Extend security to the access layer. Network access. Know and control who and what is on the network. Fabric Management Center. Centralize management and automate workflows with a single console. Open Fabric Ecosystem. Seamless partner integrations for end-to-end interoperability. Cloud infrastructure. Protect and control the entire infrastructure across multi-cloud environments. Applications. Protect business-critical applications from web to mail and prevent advanced threats. Security operations. Automatically prevent, detect, and respond to cyber threats. Endpoint. Protect users and devices on and off the network. The Fortinet Security Fabric. Broad, integrated, automated. From the #1 cybersecurity company in the world.
Up next on CIO East Africa, the Year Ahead Forum 2021. We're going to be discussing charting your way in the evolving new normal. And to take us through this is none other than the CEO of MP Shah Hospital, Dr. Tosif Din, who is going to take us about that particular discussion. And one notable thing to mention is that she quotes, "We will need to continue to collaborate and work creatively together, and we will improvise, adopt, and overcome." So it's all about working together creatively and to collaborate together in the various industries. Welcome once again, and over to you, Dr. Tosif Din. This is CIO East Africa TV. Welcome.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, a very good morning. For audiences joining us from other parts of the globe, greetings from Nairobi, Kenya. It's indeed an honor to be here, and I thank the entire CIO Forum team for this opportunity. I feel deeply honored and privileged to be part of this forum themed Building a More Resilient Digital Future. It is human to yearn back the normal we had before the pandemic. Yet, with the pandemic, this has disrupted our lives. We have been challenged in so many ways, socially, financially, logistically, and even mentally. And all this, unfortunately, has happened rapidly, abruptly, and this ride has been very, very choppy and bumpy. 2020 has reshaped the digital technology for the healthcare system. We have learned to live in survival mode. We have adapted online healthcare and education systems. We have noted changed consumer behaviors. We are now working remotely. Social changes where we have learned to live and sometimes even relive with our family and friends. New routines and habits have now been forward. The C-19 fatigue, the COVID-19 fatigue has set in. There has been frustration, there has been anger, there has been depression, and there has been anxiety. We have had to make tough decisions between lives versus livelihoods. This too shall pass. So what next? What happens after this? We've been hearing COVID-19 is the thunderbolt. We are living in unprecedented times. We've also heard desperate times call for desperate measures. And all said and done, where do we go from here? Innovation. That is where we need to head to. Innovation is seeing that what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought. Innovation has often been assumed that it relates entirely to technology. But for me, as a healthcare worker, working in one of the top 5 hospitals in Nairobi, Kenya, MP Shah Hospital, we have not said technology is necessary for innovation. We've managed to use innovation to make our own face shields, for example. We've used innovation to make our own pedal sinks for hand sanitization. We have also used innovation to make a box that is able to sterilize one of the most precious commodities of 2020, the N95 mask. But yes, we have also used innovation to make changes in technology. Winners don't do different things, they do things differently. So what is this new normal we've all been talking about? I remember reading a novel titled The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. This was a novel that was released in 1966 by the famous author Robert Heinlein, where he used the term first time in a character telling lunar colonists. We then heard it later on in the financial crisis of 2007-2008. The aftermath of 2008-2012 global recession, the term was used once again. And now again, ladies and gentlemen, in the COVID-19 pandemic, we refer to it as the new normal once again. Bear in mind that we have to live in the new normal for a very long time. As I speak to you this morning, many diseases caused by viruses have no cure to this day, not even the common cold. There are no vaccines for many viruses, meaning a new way of living and going about our lives, work and interactions with other people. I personally don't ascribe that reopening is going back to normal. It is trying to find ways to allow people to get back out and to do things the way they want to do, and for businesses to do business. As a country, we really need to be able to weigh the risks versus the benefits of getting out more, along with our own tolerance for uncertainty. Being a healthcare worker, the bottom line is people should continue to be vigilant, maintain distance, wear masks, wash your hands, and take responsibility for your own health and that of those around you. How have we been affected in all this? We have been affected both personally and professionally. We have seen patients' inaccessibility to healthcare where they decide to stay at home during the pandemic. We have seen lifestyles deteriorating. We've noted limited funding to build agility in healthcare systems. Pay cuts is not new anymore. Margins have been affected for many businesses here and globally. Reduced service lines, mental health, something that is always related to mental illness. Remember, mental illness and mental health are two different things. But we appreciate that people are now coming out in the open and talking about mental health more than ever before. Transformative workflows to continue to evolve within the virtual space, and remote working is not new to many anymore. Training, education, self-development through many online courses that are now available have also been showing positive results for us. How many times have we thought about business continuity and crisis management planning? Our thoughts are changing. Our processes are changing. And in return, we are all changing. In times of change, businesses must change and change the way they change. Adjusting to the new normal, what do we need to do? Indeed, we are cognizant of the fact that a rapidly changing environment has meant a greater need for us to be agile and adaptive. But more importantly, how can we incorporate technology? Patient engagement. Why I mention patient, but you can of course relate it to your own systems, your customer. How many times do we build systems and make decisions with the patient at the center, at the heart of these decisions? Remember, patient needs and expectations are changing, and having a clear view of how these needs are evolving is very crucial. Rethinking patient journeys from admission to discharge, online appointment portals, virtual end-of-life discussions, and video communications. Communication has also changed, and now we are using communication to use it to do online surveys, share educational resources, online tools, detailed analytical insights of customer behaviors that need to be part of resetting our clock. Adaptability. I personally feel adaptability should be everyone's job description. It's becoming even more crucial than technical knowledge, even more crucial than communication, and even more crucial than customer-focused problem-solving techniques. Innovation. This has become the norm. If we want to stay around, we must innovate. But it doesn't necessarily mean building from scratch. You can create efficiencies from current systems. At the hospital, for example, we used the C19 online appointment booking system to reduce queues, a new innovation for us through our website. Telemedicine, for example, lab on wheels, pharmacy on wheels, all new innovations. I sometimes get asked, Tosif, what is the one thing that has fast-tracked your digital journey at the hospital? And I always say COVID-19. Healthcare has been slow to adapt digital transformations. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a good time to think about it more actively. Active use of digital platforms is accelerating our adoption of technology. We all know Zoom, Amazon, Chime, and many more inexpensive digital platforms are now available for us to have online meetings. Social media marketing has become more active than ever before. And these are available for a wide range of audiences. Stakeholder engagement and collaborations have become more important in the face of realities of the current global crisis. We will need to continue to collaborate and work creatively. Together, we will improvise, adapt, and overcome. Resilience. The ideal mindset requires resilience. We often think of resilience as a personality trait, but in fact, it can be learned. And not only resilient personalities, but resilient systems. In the face of this change, resilience creates a growth mindset. I also feel forecasting the future, building systems that are more proactive rather than reactive. All this, ladies and gentlemen, is sustainable if we build these into the culture of the various institutions we work with, and to wear our mask in the right place. Of course, with every pandemic, any crisis, there are challenges. And I think it's very important to look at every challenge as an opportunity to improve and innovate. Health systems need to adapt to physician and specialty groups, which are the centerpieces of care delivery today, not the other way around. We've also experienced trust in technology. Are we really able to trust the technology that is out there? Are we ready to go that extra mile? Cyber threats are not new, and these need to be mitigated against. The culture to accept technology is a major challenge for many people in this side of the world, and it is a challenge that we continue to battle. In all this new normal, ladies and gentlemen, what role is leadership going to play? Really, we as leaders, are we going to build compassion, care, confidence into our healthcare system to navigate into the future? We need to think about controlling risks, humility, active listening, flexibility, adaptability. How often are we having succession planning talks with our teams? How often are we creating a network of empowered teams? COVID-19 has not just changed the world, but also changed the DNA of our workplace ecosystem in many, many ways. We must change as well to lead effectively in this new era. If this pandemic experience has taught us one thing, it's that leadership matters. And for many organizations facing decidedly fragile futures, it may matter now more than ever as the country tries to emerge and also come out to repair this broken economy. Today, we all need to demonstrate leadership with a clear view of how digital tools and technology can help us navigate this crisis. How does the future look like? What is there now? We don't know when the COVID-19 pandemic will be over or what the world will look like once it does. But we do note that contactless interactions, now with COVID, we are very, very careful what we touch, and therefore we will see more interfaces with contactless interactions, strengthen digital infrastructures, data, yes, data. And I feel that data is going to be the game changer. We see the power of data in a pandemic in real time. The lessons we are receiving from this experience will inform how we monitor future pandemics by using IoTs and big data. Telemedicine, more online shopping, I love this one. Commitment and consistency is key. But ladies and gentlemen, flexibility and resilience is crucial. We are likely to see a rollback over globalization as nations seek to be self-sufficient in strategic goods. We all know in Kenya how we suffered through lack of PPEs in the initial days of the pandemic, medicines not being freely available. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the speed of change. Are we ready to take this challenge to change as fast as the pandemic changes? With this, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know when the C-19 pandemic will be over or what the world will look like once it does. COVID-19 has accelerated use of technology in healthcare, and patients are poised to benefit through improved health systems that support remote care services. Let's build systems now that are more proactive rather than reactive by keeping your customer, your patient, central to all decision-making. We need to continuously invest in digital infrastructure and support. Thank you for your attention. Asante sana.
Artificial intelligence can identify patterns in massive amounts of data, providing information, making classifications, evaluating data sets and detecting trends much more rapidly than humans can. When usefully applied to security operations, AI is transformational, helping accelerate threat prevention, detection, and response. Performing investigative tasks, assisting human security analysts, enabling cybersecurity systems to act like human professionals, and, in doing so, helping alleviate a worldwide shortage of skilled cybersecurity workers. 57% of CISOs cite manual processes as a top security concern. The average organization wastes hundreds of man-hours a week on false positive alerts. But AI is a force multiplier, helping SOCs block more threats, detect threats sooner, respond faster, and make the most of the human skills they have. Fortinet has been committed to the use of AI in security for more than a decade. Machine learning techniques, artificial neural networks, and other advanced analytics help power FortiGuard Labs threat intelligence, are built into many of our award-winning products and services that make up the security fabric, and enable the convergence of prevention, detection, and response to cyber threats across the digital attack surface at machine speed. AI can keep pace with an accelerating threat landscape. AI can bridge the cybersecurity skills gap. AI can make security operations much more effective and efficient. Come see how to realize the power of your security operations.
Up next on CIO East Africa, the Year Ahead Forum 2021, where we're building a more resilient digital future. We are going to focus on 2021 security considerations you should look out for. And to take us through this particular session is the country manager at Fortinet and also one of our proud sponsors. He is none other than Imran Chaudhry, and I quote one of a very interesting quote: 2021 will see the rise of advanced threats and actors and an increase in new threats. We need to be prepared and stay secured. This is a gentleman who is passionate about assembling the parts of a Land Rover. He takes the parts together and he creates something powerful and something classy. Welcome once again, and over to you, Imran. Thank you.
So this morning, I'll be talking to you about the cybersecurity threat predictions for 2021 from Fortinet. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Imran Chaudhry. I'm responsible for Fortinet East Africa, and it's a pleasure to have you on this call. So before we jump into 2021, I think it's important for us to look back and review the disruptions and the security threats that 2020 brought to us. So one of the biggest game changers for 2020 was digital innovation that touched on every business vertical that you can think of. So businesses were driving digital innovation, digital transformation in an aggressive way pre-COVID. Now these transformations created new security landscapes for most organizations. We'll take a look at these as we move down the short presentation. Now digital innovation brought in a new element of cybersecurity. The first one was most customers had to relook at how their computer was set up. They moved into converged infrastructure, they moved up into the cloud, and suddenly they had to deal with a huge volume of data leading to hyperscale computing. At the same time, networks had to change to allow customers to be able to, or users to be able to connect faster, access data more intelligently, and the edge and the network completely transformed to provide that speed and efficiency that organizations were looking for. But what did digital innovation transformation do? It brought in the connected user. These connected users used a number of devices into the environment that has created an expanding digital threat landscape that customers are now having to deal with. As we moved into this hyperscale, we moved into the cloud, digital innovation transformation. Organizations now had to depend on compliance, and regulatory compliance is now here to stay. Reason being, we are now dealing with more data than we can possibly handle. And this data now needs to be handled differently in terms of security, privacy, and the way this data is managed, and most importantly, the way this data is stored and secured so that users don't have an issue out there and you don't have a data leak that will bring your organization into bad repute. COVID-19 came in and completely changed how organizations were working. So many organizations were not prepared for work from home and to support work from home at large scale, and most importantly, work from home securely. Organizations suddenly had to deal with unsecure homes, unknown internet connections, unknown devices coming into the networks to access information. And all this led to a new security landscape that most organizations are still trying to understand and deal with. Most importantly, users were not prepared to work from home. Many organizations till date have not done the most basic security cybersecurity awareness training. This means social engineering was at its all-time peak, with everyone working from home, receiving phone calls and asking them for username and credentials, and suddenly creating a new threat landscape for organizations from work from home. Most organizations had to quickly adopt the cloud, and this cloud adoption was primarily to allow business continuity. Many of the organizations I talked to today moved into the public cloud without properly planning and implementing cybersecurity to ensure that their migrations are secure. During COVID, we saw a spike in cybersecurity threats, especially from your common threats like ransomwares, malwares, and most importantly, we saw a spike in data loss. So this means cyber criminals, threat actors were very, very active during this period, and they made good use of this COVID period to try and get into your environments. Now, during the last quarter of 2020, we saw major security breaches taking place. A number of respectable OEMs were faced with cyber breaches, and the most recent one was the Microsoft one, where somebody managed to get in through SolarWinds backdoors and get into the Microsoft backend systems to steal data. So we're now into 2021, quickly getting into the second month of 2021, and I keep asking myself what happened to January. And surprisingly, we've got all kinds of inquiries coming in from organizations around how to develop a cybersecurity roadmap to ensure that that they're secure. So in 2021, we see the rise of intelligent threats and threat actors. Fortinet Threat Labs have now predicted that they are going to be seeing a renewed increase in cyber criminal activity. Threat actors will be now using more intelligent tools and resources to be able to access customer environments. And the problem we will now be facing is that common threats will now have a new level of intelligence. So basic things like your ransomware will suddenly now be automated, or will have machine learning, or will have AI implemented into it by these threat actors. Meaning organizations now really have to review their cybersecurity strategy to ensure that they're ready for the next level of intelligent threat and threat actors. So what are these threat predictions that Fortinet's talking about, and what do we need to be prepared for? So the intelligent edge that we are all now pushing aggressively, smart edges, SD-WAN, the cloud, are now going to be potential targets for cyber criminals. Suddenly, organizations have now opened themselves up to multiple new edges that have now become accessible to cyber criminals. With 5G just around the corner, predictions are that 5G will enable advanced attacks at a speed we've never seen before. So 5G will be an enabler for cyber threat actors so that they're able to take advantage of the bandwidth capacities, the bandwidth speed, and they're able to get into more targets faster and quicker. Advancements in social engineering. So work from home really created the new attack surface for cyber criminals. And so they could get you on telephone and tell you IT is calling in because your laptop is spamming or your laptop is sending threat data across the network, and they need access to your devices, they need access to your credentials. And so social engineering will be viewed differently this time around, and especially with the new advancements that we are seeing out there, cyber criminals will definitely be using social engineering at a new scale. Crypto mining and quantum computing are big threats. Reason being, cyber criminals and threat actors are after one thing. they love compute and they love power behind compute. So these two areas now will give cyber criminals the ability to use resources to be able to crack encryption, to be able to launch multi-phased attacks or multi-geo-phased attacks. And so they'll be looking at how these two will be enabling threat actors across the globe. Ransomware definitely will change. We predict that this year around, ransomware will be more intelligent, more agile, and there'll be new ways that cyber threat actors will be using ransomware to get into customer environments. Weaponization of AI and machine learning has been a discussion for a while now, and we may start seeing this happening in 2021, especially with the work from home, the new attack surfaces that cyber threat actors can now access. And so AI and machine learning will be a big threat factor for everyone. Work from home will continue to scale. We don't see the back to work coming anytime soon. So the hybrid model will continue until the near foreseeable future. And most organizations will now need to invest in secure, scalable work from home solutions. There'll be a need to secure remote collaboration as work teams, as employees try and collaborate on projects, on achievables out there, working from home or working in groups at the coffee shop. There will now be a need to ensure that these groups or these individuals are secured and can work remotely using tools like Teams, Zoom, Google Meet, over public internet securely. Privacy will be harder to manage now that users are all over the place. Data will be stored at the primary DR, public-private cloud. So privacy will be a big issue for most organizations. In Kenya now, with the Privacy Act going in to Parliament for final debate, most organizations will now need to start looking at a data privacy officer who will be managing how the organization handles data, secures data, and what happens in the event of data loss. The biggest challenge we all face today is shortage of skilled cyber experts. This continues to be a big problem, and at Fortinet we're leading that drive by offering all training absolutely free so that we're able to skill up our customers and future prospects quickly enough. So in 2021, we see cybersecurity spend growing, especially in areas of healthcare, the banking and financial services, technology, telecom, and most importantly, public sector will be investing heavily on cybersecurity this year. As you can see from the table on the left, there is a renewed interest in cybersecurity. There's a renewed interest in securing organizations, and the predictions are that in 2021, organizations will be looking at how they will be budgeting and spending for cybersecurity. So as much as we talk about the threats, as much as we review 2020, it's also important to quickly cover some points on helping the CISO prepare for the 2021 threat landscape. So the CISO is the Chief Information Security Officer, or the individual in your organization responsible for cybersecurity and managing the cyber platform within your environment. So the thing is, CISOs are constantly aware that any new technology that's introduced into the environment will open up a new threat landscape. The work from home, the public-private cloud, new compute resources, new applications. So CISOs are constantly looking at the environment to see what has changed and what that change is going to do and what is the impact of that change. So to assist CISOs and to assist organizations around the world, FortiGuard Lab uses a number of tools and resources to track technology trends, to see what is going to happen and how it's going to impact most organizations. And over time, what's becoming more visible is that most of the trends, even though they change, typically the cyber threat actor trends are not changing. The cyber threat actors primarily are following a similar pattern globally, and we know what they are after over time. So please reach out. I'm able to share additional content after this session on how our FortiGuard Lab research material can help your use case and can help your organization understand these new threats. So CISOs need to be preparing well for 2021. cyber criminals will continue to target edge environments, as I mentioned earlier, with 5G, SD-WAN, public cloud, and work from home. These new areas are completely unsecure. And what's going to happen is cyber criminals love to pick the easy mangoes. So they will target these quickly. CISOs now need to start looking at how AI can be introduced into your environments, and using AI and playbooks, how do you monitor these trends? How do you respond? How do you automate a security threat response? And how do you mitigate new threats coming into the environment? There'll be a need to harden existing security to protect against sophisticated attacks like the new ransomware trends that we are seeing. So as much as you may have existing security in place, it's important to have an audit done, and you can call OEMs like Fortinet in to do those audits for you, and they can tell you where the gaps are and what you need to do to plug those gaps in. Keeping an eye on emerging cybersecurity trends are very important, and especially cyber threats that are out there. So CISOs need to be constantly reading and reviewing all the latest articles on what's out there. Securing work from home is a priority for most organizations, and you will need to look at work from home as a top priority to ensure that your users are secure from home, your users can work from home, and they are working from home securely. You will need to look at a SOC, Security Operations Center, and most importantly, it must be staffed with skilled security analysts who are able to review the data that's on the SOC and tell you, the CISO, what needs to be done to ensure that there's proper security in place. The Data Privacy Office is coming, especially with the Data Privacy Act in Parliament now. Organizations need to start looking at how they will be managing and, most importantly, securing their data across the entire environment. So at FortiGuard Labs, we say the threat landscape will only continue to grow and get more advanced. The question now is, when will you be the next target, not how you will be the next target. So you need to really look at the current environment. You need to have an audit done, and most importantly, you need to get some experts in there to tell you what are the next steps you need to take and how do you need to take those steps to secure your environments. So cybersecurity is not just a topic. It's not just another IT topic that's being taught or being read. So the 5 most efficient cyber defenders are anticipation. So you must be ready at all times. You must make sure that your team is properly certified and are constantly looking at new certifications. You must have the right tools to be able to detect threats early enough. You must have the right platform to defend or react and be resilient against new threats. And like I said, it's just a matter of time before each of us becomes the target. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I'm available after the session. My details are available on the forum website. Please feel free to reach out to me. Asante sana. Thank you.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what you do every day, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Up next on CIO East Africa, the Year Ahead Forum 2021. This is the country president East Africa for Schneider Electric. This is none other than Carol Koech. And in Carol's own words, data centers are the foundations of transition to a new electric and digital world. Welcome once again, and over to you, Carol, as you take us through this in her own very words, so that you can be able just to take us through that discussion on the data centers. And I quote once again, right from Carol's mouth, is that data centers are the foundations of transition to a new electric digital world. Thank you, Carol, and welcome once again.
Hello, it's a great pleasure to be with you today digitally. Thank you for your time. Today's subject is data centers of the future. Data centers are the engine that power an all-electric and all-digital world. They are the foundation of today's digital lifestyle. Today, we will talk about how data centers are enabling the digitization of buildings and industry. And specifically, we will talk about how we are using digitization to make data centers themselves more sustainable. My name is Carol Koech, and I lead the Schneider Electric business in East Africa. So just a brief. We are a growing technology company, and we provide energy and digital automation solutions focused on efficiency and sustainability. We serve customers in different end markets, in buildings, in data centers, industry, and infrastructure. And today, data centers represent 15% of our business. At Schneider Electric, we believe access to energy is a basic human right. We empower all to make the most of their energy and resources, ensuring life is on everywhere for everyone at every moment. Digital creates a passport for decent life, access to education and economic inclusion, and even entertainment. The world is certainly in a transformational period, and we will rely on digital to increasingly automate our home lives, our work lives, our buildings, how things are made, how we buy things, and the supply chain used to deliver them. In East Africa, we have a setup with a manufacturing facility in Kenya. We have as well an execution center service setup, and in total we have about more than 200 partners and equally 200 employees. We are very excited to be involved in the digital journey of East Africa. Coming back to the topic of digitization and the data centers of the future, we have different applications working in isolation and at the same time struggling to balance digital efficiency and sustainability. As an industry, the opportunity we have in front of us is to design to this new electric and digital world. From a power perspective, buildings and industry become all electric, could benefit from a decentralized and even local power generation. There's need to design the next generation of digital buildings that are more sustainable, hyper-efficient, resilient, and human-centric. Sustainable from optimization of electricity, hyper-efficient in the sense that the assets within the building will be better utilized, in this case, conference rooms, offices, or parking lots, resilient by having backup or redundant power systems, and human-centric to deliver a healthier and more automated experience that leads to higher productivity. Industry of the future will be much more digitized to deliver a higher degree of automation. Think about robotic process automation. Not only the robots working together in a controlled manner, but in the future, communicating in a way that can deliver 10,000 individualized customs pieces on the production line, and at the same time, in the same time it takes to deliver 10,000 of the exact same piece. Data centers are the foundation that will enable these digital buildings and industry to become smarter, more automated, and more productive. Data is growing at an exponential rate, driving the need for more and more data centers. IoT today is a big driver, especially in manufacturing and utilities. Big data will also be generated by integrated video analytics applications like facial recognition. AI machine learning and deep learning algorithms need huge quantities of training data, and AI effectiveness depends heavily on high quality and diverse data inputs. There's a rapid adoption of IT servers and storage in traditional OT segments, such as mining and oil and gas. To support these emerging trends, the data center architecture is hybrid, meaning data centers of different sizes are being deployed in different locations in order to optimize processing and content delivery. The need for more data centers translates into increased energy use. We are talking about thousands of terawatts of energy. We need to change the equation to make data centers as sustainable and carbon-friendly as possible during this time of exponential data growth. Our continued commitment to sustainability has been recognized internationally. And recently, Schneider Electric was ranked the world's most sustainable corporation by Corporate Knights. We believe to realize maximum energy efficiency, you need efficient and smart connected offers. We have depth of understanding in each of the category of offer. So we can develop the most efficient connected offers that communicate the data needed to optimize its operations. Because we have this deep portfolio and understanding, we are able to integrate solutions that work well in unique and different ways. For example, integrated solutions for IT rows and pods, and also prefabricated data centers. Sometimes they are called modular. And over the last few years, we've spent a lot of time advancing our software and digital services to give visibility to the operations through EcoStruxure. That is our IoT-enabled, open, and interoperable system architecture. There are key challenges when it comes to achieving greater efficiency and availability in data center environment. Devices from different vendors use multiple proprietary protocols that do not communicate with each other. It's important to improve interoperability by connecting and managing devices from multiple vendors on a common platform. The convergence of physical and digital infrastructure is revolutionizing the way we leverage data to drive efficiency and availability. Analysis of data collected generates actionable insights that lead to informed decisions due to enhanced intelligence. Structured and unstructured data from the connected systems flow through a network and is aggregated to a cloud or an on-premise server. But the data collected from multiple sources and devices from different manufacturers have different data formats. At the same time, aggregating data across multiple sites and multiple domains is crucial in achieving greater efficiency. Data analysis is a process of inspecting, cleansing, transforming, and modeling data with the goal of discovering useful information, creating data insights, and supporting decision-making. The descriptive, perspective, and predictive analysis of the data helps to achieve optimization and efficiency goals. With huge data being generated by these systems, it is important to leverage data that is actually needed and analyze the data within the context of predefined goals. The data insights must help service bureaus that consists of a dedicated team of experts who remotely monitor, troubleshoot, and analyze critical connected assets to act on the data and help organizations to maximize uptime, improve maintenance, and reduce costs. Schneider Electric, through the EcoStruxure platform, alleviates these key challenges and simplifies collection of data from intelligent devices. The data is then analyzed either locally, using edge control, or remotely in the cloud to provide the user with critical insights to improve their business. Most data centers are built with clearly defined domains of IT, critical infrastructure management, power, that is electricity or energy optimization, and buildings, or what we call building management. And the EcoStruxure solutions for each of these domains play an important role. EcoStruxure Power delivers more safe, reliable, and efficient power. EcoStruxure IT revolutionizes the way IT and data professionals monitor and manage their critical IT infrastructure. And the EcoStruxure building brings best-in-class efficiency and security to the data center building. The value is highest achieved when EcoStruxure solutions across the three domains are deployed together. This is just an illustration of how you can achieve the highest efficiency out of the data centers. We need the three domains to become intertwined, breaking down the silos. For example, the IT management system would communicate with the building management system in order to find the lowest cost time to run its batch processing. The best time being when electric rates are lowest or when data center could rely on the cool outside air, for example. EcoStruxure is Schneider's electric open interoperable IoT-enabled system architecture and platform. It can connect to any viable device and provides the roadmap for any IT environment to produce actionable intelligence with our simple formula: connect, aggregate, monitor, and analyze. The EcoStruxure value proposition can be visualized as a framework that captures the series and sequences of activities by which data centers create value from connected devices and data generated by these devices. The digital value loop is represented as a closed continuous loop of connect, collect, analyze, and take action steps. Each of these different stages influence the overall digital value and are enabled by specific actions. In summary, as I conclude, data centers are the foundation of transition to a new all-electric, all-digital world. But data centers have to be designed, built, and operated in the most environmentally friendly way. We have the largest portfolio of highly efficient connectable offers. We leverage digital tools to integrate offers to work efficiently together as EcoStruxure solutions, and use EcoStruxure software, analytics, and digital services to manage them for the highest availability and efficiency. In addition, we are using 4 integrations as catalysts of greater operational efficiency and sustainability. Are you ready for your digital transformation? Can we help? I leave here contact details of our teams. You can reach out and we will be happy to work with you the journey. We need to adapt to the new opportunities in data center and edge. We have to digitize everything we do, and Schneider Electric has built competencies across the different segments in the market, and we are positioned for the future. As I conclude, I would like to invite you to register for the digital event of the future ahead at www.cio.co.ke. Join us as we together discuss the trends that are coming and how prepared we need to be suitable for that future. Thank you very much.
The availability of shipping, operations, finance, and commodity data has redefined manufacturing and supply chain management in the modern era. To isolate past problems, Oracle's supply chain and manufacturing applications use artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the Internet of Things to help companies understand data at scale. Root cause analysis simultaneously tracks manpower, machine, material, method, and management-related information back to its source. On an ongoing basis, the AI embedded in Oracle's personalized dashboards and visualizations enables real-time understanding of operations, rooting out inefficiencies in the present as they happen. Now, it's time to start seeing the future. The predictive analytics in Oracle applications let you plan for disruption before it hits, so you can build resilience now. Personalized recommendations let you estimate product quality and yield, maximize asset uptime, predict machine failures, and optimize order fulfillment. Seeing the future lets you define what's coming next instead of being defined by it. It means better quality products, less unplanned downtime, and lower operational costs. It means continual innovation that can knock entire days off your fulfillment cycle, making every employee more effective at every level of your company. Learn from the past, then choose your future. Partner with Oracle.
Fantastic. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm confident that you're having a fantastic and an amazing time. Thank you so much, Laura, for just taking us through the vision of 2021 and what we are able to expect as we continue this beautiful and fantastic journey. I just want to reiterate to what Laura had said. Happy Valentine's in advance to each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being part of this amazing journey. We appreciate you, Laura, for the many activities that have been lined up, especially and specifically for each and every one of you. We look forward to the engagement and the conversation as we proceed forward. Also, we want to appreciate Carol for taking us through the data centers for the future. This is a key topic, and I'm confident that it has been able to open up our minds, and we are looking forward to that particular engagement. So thank you once again also, Dr. Tosif Din. I like what she said about charting your way in the evolving new normal. Not only just working together as a team, but working creatively. That's one of the important things that you have to uphold and maintain. And also Imran, thank you so much for also taking us through that particular discussion, and also the things that we need to look out for when it comes to security considerations. Thank you, Imran. Thank you, Karon. And thank you, Laura. Welcome once again back to this fantastic session. We have an amazing panel discussion that has been lined up for you. And to bring out some of the panel speakers, we have none other than Carol Kowet. She is the country president at East Africa Schneider and Electric. Welcome, Carol. And also another panelist, we have Dr. Tosif Din. She is the CEO, MP Shah Hospital, and she had a fantastic topic and presentation. Thank you once again. And also now we have Stanley Chege. Congratulations once again, who is a group CIO at Jubilee Insurance. And also we have on the panel, this is none other than the CIO of the year 2020, Jane Mwai. She's also part of the panel, and she is the CIO at Standard Chartered Bank. And to moderate this particular session is one man who is extremely classy, knowledgeable, and very firm. He's a firm leader, and he understands this industry in and out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is none other than the chairman and publisher of CIO East Africa, Harry Harry. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, and over to you, Harry, as you come over and take us through the particular panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you. Always energetic. Sometimes I feel like you have energy for like 20 people in one package. But thank you so much for moving this. I want to wish everybody a happy new year. We haven't seen each other, or if we have spoken, I still want to wish you a happy new year. It's been an interesting beginning of the year after the pandemic. The pandemic is still there. So we're still within the pandemic, but it's good to see you, it's good to interact with you, and it's good that you're tuned in. So I have a very interesting panel today, and we're talking about leadership within uncertain times. And I have some amazing speakers who are going to take us through this, starting, of course, with a short introduction from everybody else, and then we can get into our panel. So maybe we can, I always get confused which is clockwise and who is where. But let's start the introductions at the top with Dr. Din. Dr. Din, please introduce yourself briefly, then you can give us your opening remarks, very short remarks. Dr. Din. Dr. Din, you're on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Harry, and good morning to everyone who's joined in. I'm honored to be here again on this panel discussion, and I look forward to deliberations with everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dean. You know, I was following your presentation and it's amazing. Are you sure you're the CEO, not the CIO?
Yes, I'm the CEO. I'm confirming that officially.
Excellent, excellent. You know, it was so refreshing, and your handle of technology is amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stanley?
Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Great to be in this panel. The Group CIO for Jubilee Holdings, and I'm excited to discuss about the complexity of businesses, the ambiguity that we are facing right now, the volatility. So let's see how we can unpack that and how we can navigate that uncertainty. Thank you.
Great to have you, Stanley. And have you settled in your new position? Because I know you just made a switch very recently.
Yes, I've settled.
Excellent, excellent. Yes. Looking forward to hearing more about that. Carol? Carol, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be. Good morning. My name is Carol. It's a pleasure to be back again and look forward to sharing some of the learnings and experiences I've gone through in this pandemic from a leadership perspective.
Excellent.
Look forward to sharing my thoughts with you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Carol. And last but not least, the CIO of the year, Jane. Please introduce yourself.
Thanks, Harry. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jane Mwai. I'm the CIO of Standard Chartered Bank, Kenya and East Africa. So I basically look after technology in Kenya and the region. Quite excited to be here discussing what we've gone through in uncertain times and how we chart ourselves and chart our journey through the future. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much, Jane. So, ladies and gentlemen, last year we were all caught flat-footed, I must say. Nobody actually anticipated to have the kind of year that we faced ourselves in. But somehow we managed to get out of it. So just to begin, how were you impacted by the pandemic? And as a follow-up, what actions did you take to get the business going? I think it will be very interesting to hear the different, because we have people in different industries. So it will be interesting to hear the different perspectives and also just understand how different industries were affected and what actions went in. Maybe we can start with you, Jane. Your industry is like, lives in the internet. It's very dependent on the internet, and this pandemic also caused a lot of disruptions in that space.
Sure, thanks, Harry. We're impacted in a couple of different ways. I mean, we are a bank, so a lot of our customers come to branches. So we deal a lot with physical presence and physical meetings. So once we had all the new protocols, you can't travel out of town, you have curfews, you have restrictions on cash handling and paper handling. So that meant we had to actually change, or really quickly change, our business model. Thankfully, we have been on a transformation journey for a couple of years. So it was very easy to have a lot of our transactions being handled digitally. But that being said, we still had a lot of paper-based transactions. A lot of our loan applications, etc., are paper-based. So of course, we had to digitize those very quickly and allow amendable forms, the editable PDFs and things like that. So we did make a couple of changes there, and as well as our trade processes, we had to automate and digitize a number of things. But from a staffing perspective, I mean, we had to close a couple of branches temporarily. And then we had to introduce shifts within our branch network. So we had people coming in 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. We had clients, we had a declined footfall in our branches. So of course you have to still maintain that contact with customers. And if they're not coming to the branch and you're not going to visit them at their sites, how are you going to see them? So as technology, we had to quickly roll out collaboration tools, which allowed us to still have client meetings. Until today, I mean, a lot of our meetings we're handling digitally. We use something called Blue Jeans. I know everybody else is using Teams, Zoom, Google Meet. We use Blue Jeans. We also do meet clients on their platforms. So we've changed a lot of what we do, and thankfully we were well on the journey. So it wasn't too hard for us, but it was quite the switch to move from meeting people face to face to meeting them face to face on a screen.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Sim, you actually intimated in your presentation about the acceleration of the digital transformation space as a result of COVID. Is this something that
Right.
you know, as a leader, do you feel like you were forced into it? Do you feel like this was bound to happen at some point? And how was your sector impacted as well?
Certainly, Harry. I think with changing business, we also had to change and we had to adapt to the new norm. And I think it was rather abrupt, as I earlier mentioned. But I think for us as a healthcare institution, our business is very complex. I call it business, but we are actually in the business of saving lives. We are not only supposed to deliver healthcare and repatriate patients in excellent health, supposed to provide this in a sort of a hotel environment. So it becomes even more complex for us that we have to ensure catering is on time, linen is on time, you know, there's customer satisfaction, and then at the same time you're supposed to deliver drugs, ensure the patient gets well. So it's a very complex industry. But I think the basis behind the acceleration transformation was not only because we didn't have a choice, but it was to be able to put our patients in the right line of healthcare, because they were having fear and stigma to come into the main hospital. And the non-communicable diseases, for example, diabetes, people were feeling a sense of apprehension to come into the main facility of the hospital. And they were just at home, not really knowing what the next step should be, how should they get themselves tested, where should they get their drugs, how should they see their doctor. And I think that is what really led us into thinking about telemedicine portals, online appointment systems, and how to be able to deliver drugs in a fast and accessible manner to our patients. I often laugh and say that some patients would call me and say, Tosif, have you admitted COVID patients because we want to come to the hospital? And I would say, okay, that's a tough one. You must come anyway, because we are taking all the precautions and we've put in protocols and policies in place. So we did have to change quite a number of things. And yes, our digital journey was accelerated, but for the better and for the benefit of our patients. And I'm happy we did it.
Excellent, excellent. Stanley, how did you guys handle it? How did you the insurance sector? I know at some point I was reading that people stopped insuring themselves because they felt they were not at risk, they were not going to the office. So how did you get into this, and how was your business impacted?
Harry, the first thing is people first, safety first, life first. So educating our customers as much as possible about health, healthy lifestyle. There was that concept of people now understanding that they need to take health control, the issue of vitamin C, the issue of lemons, the issue of exercise, and we took the advantage of that by creating a campaign for our customers. So if they can be healthy, then we can reduce the amount of claims that they claim for health. So being proactive in educating our customers about taking advantage of the situation to take care of their health. Also coming up with initiatives and incentives so that our customers live a healthy lifestyle. That's number one. Training our customers as much as possible. So at the same time, coming up with products that are looking towards cushioning that impact of people who had been hit by corona. So coming up with products that are adaptive that are innovative, that are targeted to corona patients. Really, the insurance industry came up very strong this time of corona because they were able to be seen as the industry that provides solutions in a pandemic. We provide cover for people. We authorize for them to be treated in hospitals. And really, people started to see insurance as a driver of social responsibility. So business improved for us, premiums improved for us. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So new products, came up as a result of this, and changing
Yes.
the business model to be able to actually support first life then business. That's really cool.
Yes.
That's really good. Carol,
Yeah.
you must
Yeah.
have been at pains to serve the customers, because I can imagine everybody now was working remotely, and therefore data centers became critical in delivering those services. Everybody was now logging in remotely. So how did this feel? And did your business was it impacted, and did you guys have to change things to be able to serve the different now increased demand for your services? You're on mute. You're on mute. Can you hear me?
You, Harry, but yes, I can hear you.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. Like everybody else, our organization was impacted by COVID. We quickly had to adapt the way we work. We
Okay, I think Kara is having a problem with the connectivity. So maybe we take just look at technology now. How did you, and this is to all of you, and anybody can jump in, how did you use technology to actually make sure that there was business continuity? Because I think that's where the crux of the matter is. What kind of, okay, Jane told us they used the Blue Jeans, but that's just for collaboration. So I'm talking about co-banking. How did you manage to, did you let people into your co-banking environment from outside? So how did you use technology to make sure that there was business continuity? Anybody can jump on it.
Harry, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Is
Kara
it
is
clearer?
back. Yeah. You can
Yeah.
go ahead. Then
Yeah,
we can answer the next question. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just answer your second question, because I think the first question I said before, we had to prioritize and empower our people. I think for us, technology played a very big role in ensuring continued customer experience. So we adapted a lot of our customer engagements to be digital. We have manufacturing facilities across the world, and typically at the end of a process, customers would come for what we call a factory acceptance test. Because of the pandemic, we were not capable to have this physically, and we adapted virtual FATs, or factory acceptance tests. We found that customers were actually happier to do this because it was faster and it saved everyone time. We believe this will continue even when the pandemic is over. And one of the other things that we introduced, which was an acceleration, was what we call virtual factory tour. So today, for example, our customers in any part of the world can tour some of the big factories or data centers. We can showcase that virtually. So you have a virtual experience of that. We did as well in 2020, one of the most successful innovation summits digitally. Typically, we do this on a face-to-face across the globe. But in 2020, we had more than 10,000 external participants participating virtually. So we just found a way to continue with business, but moving to the virtual space.
Excellent. Yeah. So back to my other question for the other panelists. How did you use technology to have business continuity?
So maybe I can add something here, Harry. Okay,
Yes,
go
yes,
ahead, Stanley.
No, let's go, Dr. D.
Let me start. Yeah.
Okay, I'll go first
They used
then.
to say ladies
So,
first,
thanks for
right?
that. Ladies first, right? But here we have to say CIst. So for us, of course, technology has helped us in a lot of ways. But again, back to the industry that we are in, Harry and the rest of the participants here, is that how do we use technology in a responsible way, because healthcare is a very sensitive industry and patient confidentiality is key. So how can we marry the two without really, breaching all this? So it was a very sensitive decision for us to be able to see how to go ahead with it. Zoom and other, amazing online platforms for holding official meetings was easy. But how do you ensure that all this is happening through a safe and secure network? For example, the telemedicine options, which means that patients were not able to the hospital on a one-on-one basis. And this really changed the way we function, because our healthcare industry, patients want to be felt. They want to be touched. They want to be told that you're going to be felt. And it's really about that feeling. And suddenly that feeling was not there. And we were communicating to patients through online networks and asking them about the signs and their symptoms. So it was really an initial challenge for us. But because we did not have any choice at that moment in time, we decided to go ahead with our telemedicine portals.
Okay. Stanley, please. I see we've
thank you so much,
it.
Harry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Harry. So, COVID drove transformation. Any other factor in the last 2 years? Let me explain why I'm saying this. We started with the culture overhaul. We had to start saying that virtual meetings are acceptable. At first, there was resistance to that drive to virtual meetings. But sooner or later, everybody in the organization, starting from the board down, accepted that virtual meetings are acceptable. So people started working from home, and we had to put in the infrastructure for work from home. Number one, cybersecurity has to be harnessed. We had to put in place security measures to ensure that our data is not lost by a click of a button. We had to place virtual private networks to allow all employees to access systems from home. We had to put in, even invest in virtual desktop infrastructure. So reduce the amount of hardware being taken home by employees. They can access their systems from home from the comfort of the internet. So they simulate a desktop on the internet. So such technologies like virtual private network, virtual desktop infrastructure could only be accelerated by COVID pandemic. And then finally, the companies and the boards and the management started thinking business continuity management systems. We had to put in management systems that could enable resilience. The management about standards like ISO 22301 that allow us to comply with requirements for business continuity. So we put in place for staff, training employees about the importance of resilience, the importance of taking of data, the importance of ensuring that they back up what data they have in their desktops, they back up what data they have in their laptops. Obviously, we leveraged cloud platforms like Drive and Microsoft OneDrive. But you see, COVID really accelerated the digital transformation. And I'm seeing this continuing because it's going to be the new normal. We cannot go back. We cannot roll back to the old way of brick and mortar meetings, brick and mortar infrastructure, brick and mortar business models. We must change our business model to resonate, change in the times we are living in. Thank you.
Excellent. You know, there's a term that was coined. I can't remember who, but it's called CADIT, which is digital accelerated. COVID accelerated digital transformation. Somebody coined that term.
Yes.
Jane, on your end.
Yeah, thanks. I won't add much to what Stanley said, but the one thing that we saw happen a lot, or that took precedence, in the past, as technology leaders, we would always have to justify a lot of our spend because technology is generally not cheap. But this was the first time when we said we have to buy hundreds of laptops, we have to increase the internet bandwidth to a certain amount, we have to roll out a few more iPhones and iPads. For once, this was signed off quickly, without a lot of justification. So that just goes to show how important technology was, that we didn't have to do a lot of papers and presentations to justify what we needed. But it's true, a lot of acceleration came with COVID. Whereas we had plans to roll out certain things, they were going to be rolled out in a phased manner and in a small manner. Something like Skype, we use Skype for chat internally, and we had Skype video. I think Kenya was going to get Skype video somewhere around 2021 or 2022. But last year, when everybody had to work from home, and because we are a global organization, we do have to deal a lot with our global partners, the Skype rollout came out very quickly for video. I mean, of course, it came at a cost, a bandwidth cost, license cost, that was not planned for, but it just showed how key technology was just to make things happen. So for us, we had to collaborate with our internal partners, and then we have to collaborate with our clients as well. So we had to put a lot of investment in technology to make that happen. Similar thing, we had to get the virtual desktop infrastructure in place, as well as increase the security on our VPNs as well, just to make sure that we're not losing data while people work from home.
Excellent, excellent. So my director tells me we have about 5 minutes. So I want to switch it a bit. So I've appointed you as the advisor for the African leaders, right? All the African leaders, be they CEOs, presidents, prime ministers, all the African leaders. You have 1 minute each to give them advice on how to move forward in the pandemic using technology. Let's start with Carol.
An African.
Carol, it looks like we've lost her. Okay, who is ready? You can. Anybody can jump in. Oh, okay, you're back. Okay, Carol.
I'm actually, I don't know, I'm seeing by, I was going to say that the pandemic has given us an opportunity for new abilities. I think Africa has an opportunity to innovate more, to be able to meet the needs of the new normal. So we need to prepare our communities and to be ready for the future by being a part of shaping that future. Thank you.
Stanley, you're advising the president.
Every country, every organization needs to become a digital in the sense of being software and data driven. So just make sure most transformation initiatives are focused on business models and ideally drive new digital native revenue streams. In a disrupted world, we need to invest in strategic resilience and focus on inclusive, comprehensive, and sticky models like platforms and solutions, the way Uber and Airbnb did, platforms and solutions. So the greatest danger is in thinking that yesterday's logic can help us. Yesterday's logic cannot help us now. Thank you.
Interesting, interesting. digitally native new solutions. Okay, Dr. Dean?
For me, I think when leaders are making decisions, I think we need to think 10 years ahead. We do understand that some decisions need to be made, in 10 minutes and in 10 seconds. But I think when we are making decisions, we need to think 10 years ahead, that how are our decisions that we are making now in the present pandemic going to affect us in the next 10 years? And finally, how sustainable are these?
Okay, Jane?
Okay, thanks, Harry. The future of what I tell the presidents and all those senior decision makers, the future of work is happening now. The world, the way we knew it, has changed. It was unprecedented, unplanned, and unimagined. But one thing that we have learned in this is that we need to be alert to what is changing and what we think will come in the future. Like Dr. Dean says, let's plan for today and plan for 10 years ahead. So basically what we need to make sure is that we need to ensure that we are able to cope and adapt in this new world. We need to ensure that we're skilled for it. We need to train for it. We need to think digitally native, as Stanley says. We need to be ready for this new world and providing solutions and services and products for this new world. For the tech professionals, I would say we need to align ourselves again to this and making sure that we can develop solutions that will work in this new environment. Stanley has said it, we need to be digitally native in the way we think and behave. We need to adapt to the cloud very quickly because that is where a lot of things will happen. So basically, we need to realize that the world has changed. We need to be prepared for this change just so that we make sure we don't get left behind.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This has been amazing talking to you. A lot of nuggets out there. Things are not changing. This is our new normal, if anybody asks. This is how it is. So we need to adapt. We need to be resilient. We need to be digitally native. Thank you for that, Stanley. And let's continue doing business. Thank you very much. I hope this was useful to all of you. Please digitally clap for my panel if you can. And I say thank you and see you in the next session.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was such an informative and amazing panel discussion. This is the Year Ahead Forum 2021, where we are building a more resilient and digital future. And our next speaker, he is the thought leader, emerging technologies. This is none other than Michael Onyango. And in the words of Michael Onyango, and I quote, "In this digital era, it is important to be agile, open-minded, and to keep re-strategizing to survive and to flourish." Wise words from Michael. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, and over to you, Michael, as you take us through this particular session. Welcome and thank you.
So, hello everyone, and my name is Michael Onyango. I work around emerging technologies. I'm a thought leader there. And I'm really excited to be here today to present this segment that's going to talk a little bit about 2020, but it's going to look more into 2021 and possibly what beholds us. But first, let's just go a little bit back into 2020 and what happened, because I think it's important that we have some context into why we're having this discussion, and so that's to set the stage to help us move forward. So there is no single part of the world that was not affected by the pandemic and has still not been affected by the pandemic. But a lot has happened, and sadly, let's get to some of the facts. So about a week ago, the International Labour Organization has just released this report, which has finally quantified. And now we know that 255 million jobs were lost between last year and today as I speak with you. And sadly, 81 million of those jobs were actually young people who have lost their jobs. And to add injury into insult, if as there's no other way of actually putting it, is that the world economy has actually lost $3 trillion. And the biggest worry right now is that we have a youth and a generation that's going to be a lost generation. And you can imagine just how much the developed worlds are struggling and the impact of what this is having on us in the developing and emerging economies of the world. So it's a time where every single person and government especially needs to rapidly rethink and be able to deploy agile governance so that we can quickly adapt, realign, and ensure that whatever trajectory that we want going forward is something which will help us not just sustain where we are, but ensure that we're not going any further down trend in terms of our economies across the African continent. So, of course, the reason why I was asked to speak at this session is more to address matters of digital transformation, matters of emerging technologies, and to speak a little bit around that. So, as you probably all know, the biggest winners have and continue to be those who already had moved into the digital spaces. And sadly enough, a lot of the small businesses have lost out, especially if you were a business whereby you totally relied on either walk-in traffic coming to you or yourself. You're actually in the tourism or the food sector. That has been really affected the recreational industry. So, and of course, travel, the airlines, there's not a single airline across the world that has not totally and absolutely dipped, and they're all on the verge of bankruptcy right across the world. So what does that really mean to us as a nation, to us as a continent? And what does that say to us? Well, I think one of the good things is that so one of the factors that come into this whole space of emerging technologies are a couple of factors that we have to be cognizant of when we want to address the matters of emerging technologies and digital transformation and predictions going towards this year and beyond that. So, data is something that is extremely critical and important in this space, but you can't speak about data and not speak about energy, because you must have power so that that data, which is either being generated on people's devices or from different consumers or from different actors in the field, how is it being coordinated, or how is it being generated if you don't have reliable energy and reliable power? And then it has to go through connectivity. So there's got to be internet connectivity. Africa, again, unfortunately, we were hardest hit, and more than 240 million, actually more than about about 240 million of our students never went to school at all, and couldn't even go to school online because they didn't have internet connectivity. And then capacity, devices, what are you working on? What are you using? What's going on? So in as much as there are all these fancy and lovely terminologies that we're all seeing about 5G, about working remotely, video conferencing, digital collaboration, and all these things. It all doesn't mean anything if the basic factors are not in place. So 2020 happened, and whoa, you know, we were totally and absolutely propelled into the fourth industrial revolution much faster than we would have ever imagined. Now, like I've said, the big players, Amazon is doing better than ever before, making billions in terms of sales and in terms of transactions, expanding their businesses and everything else. And whether you like it or not, that's going to have huge impact and huge reach to us here on the continent, because they will continue to use their might, and they'll continue to use the infrastructure that they have and the investments that they've made within the digital economy to continue to dominate and acquire and expand their businesses, so that you know, they can get more of a foothold from across the world of what it is that they're doing. Now, it is interesting. I do know that, and you know, we need to note that we need to link the whole idea about emerging technologies and about digital transformation, that this is all part of a larger part of the ecosystem of how economies and how global trade is now being run across the world. So, but it's also interesting, I think, because we're not fully connected, because we do not have energy, we're all not on the internet, and there's not, and a lot of the data that we have is siloed in various places. I actually see this as an opportunity for us as a people to be resilient and to be able to look and find a way of redefining what digital transformation means to us and for us within the scope of what is happening across the globe. Now, why I say that it's an interesting place to be, if you have noticed, a lot of the young people on the continent today have never, ever seen or ever used a normal rotary phone that, you know, that you actually hold and you would dial, but they're all on mobile devices in which they use. So I think this is an opportunity for us as a people, as governments, to come back to the drawing board, and we do have to sit down. We have to sit down and rethink and relook that what is it that we need to be doing now, looking at the various scenarios, and how can we turn the situations around so that our people, our economies must survive, but beyond surviving, they must flourish, and we must be able to claim our space within our own places where we work and across the continent before we claim our place onto the global stage. So without a doubt, I think the investment that we do need to make, both from the private sector and both from the government, especially from the leaders, who are actually core to this discussion, which is being held today by our CIO, is that we need to have a clear understanding that we must be agile in the way that we do things. We must be able to put on new lenses. We must bring the right people to the table who are actually from this continent, who understand us, who are part of us, and who sadly are the same people who are driving the very same big businesses that I've just mentioned within changing the landscape of what is happening within the digital transformation process. So I want to encourage us as we will be having our discussions over the next few days, that let us absolutely, I would say that the hardest thing to do is to actually to think and reason. The easiest thing to do is to be able to Google something and to be able to take what somebody else has done and say, let us take that and copy and paste it. We as a people have so much knowledge and information, and this is our time to put our minds together and to be able to work out strategies that work within our environment where we lack enough power, where we do not have the ability to have everybody on internet, and whereby we've got data in silos. What and how can we use this to work to our own advantage and to our own economies? As I come to the end of my very short presentation here, again, let us look without a doubt to countries such as Estonia and see what they have been doing over the past years with a population of barely 3 million people, and how they have managed to understand what was working for them even before the whole COVID and the whole 4IR transformation was quickly thrown upon us and cast upon us. The other place that I think that we could also have a lot to learn from is probably from the Emirate of Dubai. Let us look at how agile the government and private sector has continued to be, and turning around the situation whereby, although they have been predominantly a tourist destination, what are they now doing to turn around their economies and to see that they're now taking part of the things from the digital sphere and applying that to the things that they need to do to ensure that as a people and as an economy, they can still maintain their place on the global stage. So finally, just to wrap up before we will go into our moderated discussion, and encourage those of you who have basically may have not signed up to go to www.cio.co.ke. Again, I'll repeat that. That is www.cio.co.ke. And you can join in not just this conversation, but many more other conversations. It's going to be looking at the year 2021 going forward, as we all try to figure out what and how we will be able to take our place within this place of what seems to be tragedy and what seems to be disaster, and turn it around for our people, for our continent, and to be able to take our place on the global stage. Thank you very much, and it's been great speaking to you all.
The world is full of people telling you who to believe they are. Well, we thought we'd tell you who we're not. Let's start here. We're not in shipping. We don't make lifts. Seriously, no lifts. We do this. We're good at this. And we make all of these. And even though you'll find us here and here, we don't make energy. We make you save it. And you'll be saving the environment too. Are we an internet company? Well, we connect and power just about everything around you, helping machines talk to each other and to you, making your world more personal. We're seeking out the big questions and answering them honestly. Like, how can we make the most of our energy and resources? Or can we make access to energy and digital basic human rights? We're real people, employees, developers, partners, investors, and inventors, all passionate about doing what's right. We're open. Humans of all sorts from all over, learning from each other and about each other. We're not here to save the world. It'll go on with or without us. We're here to help power and connect what you do every day, to ensure life is on everywhere, for everyone, at every moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we want to appreciate Michael Onyango, who is such a thought-provoking leader, and he was taking us through the reality of anywhere operations. Thank you so much. And we also want to pass our sincere condolences to Michael Onyango, who lost his sister. So Michael, from us and the CIO team, we want to just express our sincere condolences for that. All right, sorry, a slight correction is that Michael Onyango lost his aunties, all right? So, Michael, we want to express our sincere condolences from the CIO East Africa team, and we are standing there with you and praying with you on the same. So, thank you so much, all right? So, we're going to go into such an interesting and engaging panel discussion. And first panelist, he is the Group CTO at Twiga Foods. This is none other than Cain Wanjao. Welcome on board, Cain. And also we have the CEO from Kraft Silicon. This is Kamal Budhabati. Thank you so much, Kamal. Welcome on board. And also we have the pleasure and the honor of having the CEO of Ajua. This is none other than Kenfield Griffin. And we are going to be discussing about executing change without breaking the bank. I know this is a topic that will definitely get your attention, and I know most of the CEOs and the corporate leaders who are also listening on, they want to know how can we be able to bring about change without even breaking the bank. And to moderate this particular session, he is the head of partnerships and content at CIO East Africa. This is a gentleman who has a lot of poise and a man of class and a man of content. He's been able to come with the publishing, and also he's the one who is in charge of making sure that we have the right set of people in these particular discussions. This is none other than Humphrey Odhiambo, who is going to moderate and take us through this. So over to you, Humphrey, as you take us through the panel discussion, and we're looking forward to getting engaged and getting excited in this. Over to you.
Wow. Ian, always a pleasure having you, especially during these magnanimous sessions that we have in every quarter. Ideally, today is such a special moment as we engage with panelists while we stargaze what's going to pan out in this year, 2021. Quite a unique year because we are purposing deliberately to refix what happened last year snappily when it was least expected. So as organizations continue to plan to fit better in the new normal, and perhaps even in the next normal, we don't know how soon that can be, but it is always wise to plan ahead better. So management has got such a task of resetting how they are going to deploy technology agenda within their institutions. They are deliberately actually reprioritizing their technology investments to speed digital-led recovery and accelerate the shift. This is very important, to accelerate the shift on deploying digital channels. In fact, one of the key aspects at this juncture is to purpose to modernize, is to purpose to improve, and indeed is to purpose to reliably scale without breaking the bank. We need to see how best can cost saving be. Now, joining me in this special panel, which is quite thought-provoking panel, is Kenfield. I'll allow each of the panelists to introduce themselves, Mr. Kamal, and of course, Mr. Cain. May I, and welcome gentlemen, and thanks so much for considering to join us in this particular session. I'll start off with you, Kenfield, if you could just kindly introduce yourself, what you do, which is organization, and then we plunge into this discourse.
Sure, thanks so much, Humphrey. The name is Kenfield Griffith. Hello, everyone. Kenfield Griffith. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ajua. So Ajua is an integrated customer experience platform, and pretty much what we do, we really make customer experience possible for every business. And businesses use Ajua to really understand who their customers are intimately, to help them grow and also to give their customers options So looking forward to having the discussion with the fellow colleagues on the panel today. Thanks, Humphrey.
Most welcome, and thank you so much, Kenfield. That was well executed. To you, Mr. Kamal, please just walk us through what you do and how you've been doing it, the experiences you've had, and now that we do not have to break the bank to execute change. Karibu, Mr. Kamal.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kamal Budabati. Second name is a bit difficult, so people just call me Kamal. I'm the group CEO at Craft Silicon. Craft Silicon provides financial products, both all the way from core banking platforms to electronic payment services all across the continent, and now also several countries in Asia. Thank you very much.
Most welcome, Mr. Kamal. Thank you very much for that intro. And finally, in this panel is Kane, quite a mover in insights. Please just introduce yourself.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Humphrey. So good morning, everyone. Kane is my name. I work at Trigger Foods. And at Trigger, we essentially focus on retail aggregation to be able to provide vendors with quality service at the lowest price. So we've been on this journey for about 6-7 years and looking forward to sharing thoughts and ideas with my fellow co-panelists. So thanks for having me.
Karibu sana, Kane. Always a pleasure also having you in these special sessions. Kenfield, we've noticed that these are indeed unprecedented times. The future is equally not on a linear line. Now, to what extent has IT been at the forefront of helping organizations navigate these uncertainties?
Thanks, Humphrey, for that question. So, as I mentioned to you, as the CEO and co-founder of Jua, we're seeing a lot of transition, a lot of transformation, and specifically because you're seeing a lot of customers. Unfortunately, customers are going to migrate, right? Customers, they want their service and their products immediately, and businesses have to actually transform with the customer. The customer is pretty dynamic, right? So, as businesses have to think about how they serve their customer, they have to think about how do they represent themselves as a digital brand now. Whether you're a mobile operator, whether you're a financial services provider, whether you're a retail. So what we're seeing now is a capitalization on IT to inject themselves into that customer journey, right? So if you're seeing, for instance, typically you go into a bank and you're transacting at the teller, that has changed, right? So you're actually transacting through digital means, but now you need a way of interacting or engaging with that customer through a digital platform. So a lot of this stuff, and as we do, is integrating into those conversations, integrating to that intimacy or creating that intimacy which was once happening with face-to-face. So IT actually helps banks and helps businesses to really, reconnect with their customer like how they used to before this pandemic. So I think IT has a really great positioning into keeping that relationship between the customer and the business. And obviously understanding the customer needs so you know exactly when to guide new products and services for them.
That's very thought-provoking, ideally considering what kind of measures that institutions were deploying, particularly in this phase. Commander, would you like to chime in at this juncture? Just on the same question?
Yes, so I agree with my colleagues. What is happening is everyone is using technology now, and they're trying to use the technology in the most efficient manner. But at the same time, the cost of technology, I believe, is also now coming down. And that is helping, I think, everyone.
Great. It's quite a relief to hear that the cost of technology is coming down. That would help actually to think about horizontal scaling, much as we would also go vertical. Edith, Kane, do you have any input at this juncture, sir? on the same in the same context?
Yeah, so I think the way organizations can look at this particular journey of transformation is maybe think of it in terms of milestones and sequential steps. What tends to happen is people think of digitization or technology to the nth or last degree, but just also maybe tapping into our journey at Twiga. When I joined, we were actually just starting our digital IT journey. So we became first digitally enabled, then we became digitally led, and now we are tech first or digital first. So I think it's also understanding what's feasible and what's practical to achieve short term, and then how does that transition into an effective and coherent medium term strategy, and then of course an end state where, as one of the previous panelists said in the previous session, how do you become digitally native or digitally first? So I think it's also balancing. Yes, we want to digitize. We also want to do it in a cost-effective manner, but we also want to make sure that it's practical and the organization can sustain that rate of change moving forward.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kane. Let me jump back to Kamal, who also brought in a very precise solution, or rather observation, that technologies are actually, deployment of technologies are, in terms of investment, are going down. Just expound on this from the context that during this pandemic, it's been noted that it has been a moment of really spending more in particularly the institutions, such that people had to work remotely, but then there was a lot of expenditure to be the open. Yeah, thank you. What we are noticing is that how did corporates really adjust to face the pandemic at corporate level, and at the same time, possibly you have engaged with the public sector, and how did they quickly reprioritize their measures, and they are continuing to do so to ensure that they have digital-led recovery. But please put it also into the context that you said technology is going down. Would like really to understand that component.
Thank you, Humphrey. So from our side, what I would like to mention is, look, when pandemic came in, obviously everyone keeps saying the change was coming, and the change was coming slow. And when the pandemic came in, I think the change was just faster. With that in mind, what happens is that when change was coming in, there are more and more technology solutions that people started using it. I mean, I personally used to go and visit several banks, for example, just for a short meeting. And I also know some banks CEO who would like to pick a call with me or do a video conference. They would always insist that they would like to see me in person. And these were some of the, sorry to say that, but these were some of the bank chairmen and the CEOs who were possibly of that generation. But when this came in, overnight, it changed completely. And I was so surprised to get a call from the CEO, and he sends me a Zoom link and says, Kamal, get online because he needs to get some information from. So I think the change came in, and it came in from the positive nature. And when more and more people, I believe, started using the technology providers also felt that, look, because of the mass increase in providing the technology, I believe the cost of implementing the technology is slightly come down. Though initial investment in terms of ensuring that the technology is in place, like many banks had to buy a lot of laptops and iPads and increase that bandwidth cost. But these are if you put those capital investments inside, thereafter, I think the cost of technology is actually benefiting the institutions. I mean, on a different note, for example, we also used to travel a lot. Craft Silicon provides solutions across the continent, and every now and then we have to pick up a flight and get into Nigeria or Ghana or to Sierra Leone and all the places. But when this came in, our profits actually increased a lot because the reduction in the cost of travel. Also things like people started bringing in machine learning algorithms, people started bringing in different things that helps them to make better decisions, more precise decisions. So I think with all those things that's coming in line, the future seems to be much better than it was before.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamal. You've broken it down, and I think this is where we really get it. We do not really need to purpose just to see now, but on long-term perspective, so that we can actually see that cost variable really going down. Kane, please, how are the same organizations accelerating the shift to digital channels so as to meet the rapidly growing customer demand? So much of demand that are still coming from the customers, say from the financial services industry as an example, and even the public sector. Could you just highlight some of this?
Sure. So I think it had been happening. Of course, COVID-19 and all the changes that came about last year essentially accelerated the trend. One thing I think many companies have become aware and cognizant of is the need to have digital at the forefront of their strategies. I think what has been happening is, yes, digital has been there. It's been something that companies talk about and probably strategize about, but then it's never been their primary drive around certain decision making. So you're essentially building digital service on top of non-digital strategies. But the good thing is a lot of companies now are thinking of being digital first. I think for financial services institutions, I think it's also seeing, for example, the systems and the tools we have. Can they serve a mobile first or digital first economy? Those things they feel are serving them well, or do they need to do essentially a reboot of not only their strategy, but also maybe their tools, their hardware, and of course to create opportunities. There's been a lot of talks about things like neobanks coming into the market. I think people are saying, okay, that's something that we could potentially look at now because people are more comfortable doing their day-to-day activities through digital platforms. I think it's a similar case for public sector services. When you think of things like e-citizen and everything that you can do from that platform, e-government is something that a lot of people are starting to become more aware and more comfortable with. And I think even since a lot of people had to now restrict their movement, we've seen a lot of governments and public institutions take the lead in ensuring that they're able to meet the customer on digital channels and digital platforms. So I'd say all in all, I foresee a lot of disruption. I also foresee a lot of opportunity for those who want to think of digital first strategy, think of a way to easily transition from digital being essentially something on the back burner or something not given primary prominence to being how they first think about things. So I'd say it's generally right, but I think opportunity will come to those who grab it with both hands.
Again, thanks so much, Kane. Kenfield, I'm sure you would like to perhaps comment at this juncture, considering that you have been cutting across all these industries at AJUA.
I think, thanks, Kane, and thanks, Humphrey. I think I'm a customer advocate, right? So I'm the advocate for the consumer, and because of that, we have to build. We can't remove or plant digital tools inside a business without thinking about the customer. So everything we do is actually for the customer, making sure that we understand the customer journey and planting those digital tools for that customer to make it ease of transaction, ease of doing business. Whether it's for operation efficiency, making sure that you're connecting your team to the customer. Or whether you think about customer retention, right? I mean, if you think of lifetime value of the customer, this is the one thing that you have to really get right, right? Making sure that your digital strategy maps with that. So now when you actually are driving customer retention, you're driving better products, better services, and the customer is seeing the value, so they're going to invest in your business more. So you have to think about the digital strategy that aligns with retaining the customer. And obviously, you're in business to acquire new customers. Making sure the IT and the infrastructure that you're putting in place gives you the ability to scale beyond your traditional geographical boundaries. So it now gives you a better landscape of opportunity that the physical boundaries didn't give you. So I think from a perspective of making this an activity of really building around the customer is important, right? So I mean, for us, it's making sure that your digital strategy is aligned with customer advocacy.
Again, much appreciated, Kenfield. Digital strategy, a key component in all this planning. Now, Kamal, just as a follow-up questions, how are the organizations modernizing to scale up? To what extent are they actually modernizing right now in order to scale and ensure reliability? And I'm back to the question of actually the cost component, so that I can just hear your insights when it comes up to the element of scaling. This time
so it's okay. So I think what is happening is it's not about modernizing on what you are doing. It is just rethinking your business model. How you used to do business and how you can now do business with the added functionalities and added tools that you have now, because the technology is now on your side. So just to give you an example, at Craft, under Craft, we operate Little. Little is a ride-hailing app. So when COVID came in, overnight the business for Little went down. Because people were no longer moving, so the taxis, no one was using the taxis. So we had to be extremely agile, and overnight we had to now redesign a business model and move from just taxis only to deliveries. And because we had a good and agile team, when we switched on to the deliveries, the business for delivery actually boomed up, and we were able to sustain and grow in the pandemic times. So what I mean to say here is, unless and until if you actually look at the challenge and then use technology in the right fashion, then it's going to help us. If you are not willing to be agile, or if you are not going to rethink the model, then you are just going south and possibly heading to closure.
Wow, that is quite assertive. Yeah. You are heading to closure if you're not squarely agile. Kane?
Yeah, I would definitely agree. The only constant is change. I think a lot of businesses had to pivot, had to rethink how they approach business. We also got impacted because actually in two ways, because when the initial restrictions, for example, around movement of goods and the curfew came into force, a big chunk of our business, which is restaurants, hotels, eateries, had to close. Of course, we also had to figure out how to move goods from source farms or suppliers to our facilities out to the trade. And so we had to innovate and pivot overnight. And I think anyone who stayed static, I think, would really be feeling the pinch of not thinking around change and what happens. And I'm pretty sure 3, 4, 5 years down the line, things will look very, very different from how they are today. And I would definitely agree that if one is not ready for what will take away your business, you have to be ready and implement that thing. Otherwise, someone else will do it for you. So yeah, I think I agree with those sentiments.
Yeah, yes, thank you again, Kane. I'm being prompted by my director that we are actually getting to the close of it all. We only have about 3 minutes, which I'm going to spare it to you, at least 45 seconds, making closing remarks in regard to this very topical issue that we need to have exercised this change, not necessarily by overstretching our limits by budgeting, or rather breaking even the bank. Let's start with you, Kenfield, again.
Well, I think from a technology perspective, you have to really, and as I said, you have to think about the customer and making sure that you are driving retention and acquisition using the means of a digital strategy and technology. So inserting whatever needs to be connected to the customer in real time to make sure you're engaging them, because it's no longer product or service. Actually, the experience is the value proposition that these customers are buying into. So make sure your digital strategy is actually on point when it comes to engaging with the customer.
Thank you so much, Kenfield. Quite insightful, sir. To you, Kamal.
I would just like to mention, the closing remarks on mine is that the customers are now more comfortable adopting the technology. So that's a plus for us. So the only limit now is your imagination. So more and more you are imagining, you are able to deliver, because technology is what we use it for everything.
Great. Quite assertive again, Mr. Kamal, as always. Thanks. Kane, as we are winding up, your parting shot, sir.
Yeah, so I think to Jane's point in an earlier panel, one of the things that's changed, at least from a positive standpoint, is companies, organizations are willing to look at IT as a strategic advantage rather than a cost center. One of the things, of course, that people in the space have always had to justify is, why am I buying this? Why am I investing in that? But I think the events of the last 12 or so months have shown the importance of having a very solid and comprehensive IT strategy. So I think for those who see it as an advantage, think creatively around ROI, shift the stakeholders, both internal and external, to think about being a tech or technology first driven entity or organization. I think those are the companies that are poised to do well in the new technology environment. Thanks.
Thank you so much, my dear panelists. That is awesome, quite thought-provoking, and indeed from this discussion it pans out that organizations ought to think horizontally as well as vertically as we look ahead. Modernization in the world, modernization in the world has got to purpose for the new normal, and indeed this new normal will also keep changing the times. And thank you so much indeed also to you who are able to join in from wherever you are to listen to this very important discussion as we are beginning the year, and indeed as we are projecting what is going to pan out within 2021. To my panelists again, we are more than grateful. Asanteni sana for joining us all at CIO today. So signing off at the CIO studios, again, I am Humphrey Odhiambo. Thank you.
The Fortinet Security Fabric, enabling digital innovation with the broadest end-to-end cybersecurity platform. It all starts with network security and the #1 next-generation firewall and secure SD-WAN solutions in the world. Secure and accelerate the network and user experience. Secure Wi-Fi and switching access. Extend security to the access layer. Network access. Know and control who and what is on the network. Fabric Management Center. Centralize management and automate workflows with a single console. Open Fabric Ecosystem. Seamless partner integrations for end-to-end interoperability. Cloud infrastructure. Protect and control the entire infrastructure across multi-cloud environments. Applications. Protect business-critical applications from web to mail and prevent advanced threats. Security operations. Automatically prevent, detect, and respond to cyber threats. Endpoint. Protect users and devices on and off the network. The Fortinet Security Fabric. Broad, integrated, automated. From the #1 cybersecurity company in the world.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CIO East Africa, the Year Ahead Forum 2021, where we are building a more resilient digital future. Now, we want to discuss about the business continuity for your workforce. And to take us through this particular discussion, he is the CEO, Azure. This is none other than Kenfield Griffin. And if I may quote Kenfield, customer efficiency and customer retention and customer acquisition will be able to bring about growth without breaking the bank. Fantastic quote from Kenfield, and we look forward to such an engaging and informative discussion. Over to you, Kenfield, and welcome.
Great. Hello, everyone. My name is Kenfield Griffith, CEO and co-founder of Azure. And today I'm just actually going to talk to you about a few simple steps, three actually simple steps and guide to growth without breaking the bank. And before I get into that, I'm just going to give you a bit of a background on who Azure is and why we exist. So Azure is actually an integrated customer experience company, and we make customer experience possible for every business, right? And businesses actually use Azure to really intimately understand their customer, to really drive business growth and give your customer options. So what I want to offer to you today is just a 3 simple step guide on growth and how do you grow your business without breaking the bank. And these 3 steps are very easy to remember. It's 1, operational efficiency, 2, customer retention, and 3, customer acquisition. And as you hear me go through this, I'm going to be talking about data, analytics, action, and some of the things I'm going to talk about: people, organization, and processes. All right, so let's dive in. All right, but let's actually really think about why we're doing this, right? And why we're doing this is actually really a 3-step journey to really build yourself around your customer. Your customer is the reason you exist as a business. And how, really position yourself around your customer to really drive growth for your business. So, when you think about step 1, right, and we say, it's operational efficiency. Operational efficiency, some may misunderstand it, but it's very simple, right? And, when you think about your customer, you need to think about, what am I designing around my customer? And how do I deliver change around my customer? And your customers are moving targets, right? They're moving from, actually right now, from physical to digital. And you will also need to do the same, right? And your customers will now be interacting with you as a digital brand. So think of you, from, your very physical nature. Now you're going to digital. So you really have to think about what does that digital look like, right? And now that you, as a physical business, you had that human-to-human connection. How do you maintain that as you grow, right? So now that a customer is actually buying into that value that you want to actually offer them. And then, as I mentioned before, going from physical to digital strategy, now it exposes, the different touch points that you'll need to be interacting with your customer. So it's very important to think about mapping that journey. So mapping that customer journey and capturing data at those critical touch points to make sure that that customer is still engaged with you, and also making sure that you're really capturing that behavior at those touch points. And then last but not least is driving a healthy organizational culture. This may sound too cliche, but it's very important, right? I mean, it's, think about happy employees or happy team equals happy customer. And if you make sure that your team members are happy, they're actually going to, recruit happy customers. So you're really building this whole ecosystem around you, around your customer. So now that's the first step. So let's actually dive into the second step. So what is the second step? You know, we've heard about retention, right? And retention. It costs 5 times as much to attract a new customer than it is to keep an existing customer. So if you think about growth, that's actually a savings, right? So let's dive a bit more into what it means to actually think about retention as a business. And the number one principle is just making your customers happy. It sounds very simple, but it's also hard, right? A negative customer experience, you know, it has the tendency of really detracting new customers. And it's the reason that 86% of consumers actually quit a brand, right? If they have a negative customer experience. So as I mentioned before in step 1, now you're going from physical to digital. You have to have a digital strategy. What does that mean, right? Is how do you give access to your products and services to digital means, right? And making sure that you're driving the same value to your customer in this digital realm. And then improving the LTV of your customers. And LTV, I'll break that down. It's just your lifetime value. And this most simplest way to think of lifetime value is just how long are my customers with me and how much money are they investing in my business, right? And how much are they spending on my business? So if you really think about lifetime value, that means that you need to drive and consistently drive value for your current customers. And now deliver on your brand promise. I can't overstate this enough. You know, and it's simple to, you know, when you think of deliver on your brand promise, you know, it's deliver on what you promise to your customer, right? If you tell your customer it's going to be easy to open a bank account, deliver that. If you tell your customer you have the best coffee, you know, in town, deliver the best coffee in town. And if you're selling, you know, on-time departures and on-time arrivals, deliver that. Make sure that that promise is, you know, you're really delivering on. And then last but not least, you know, when you think about, you know, step 1, where now you're assessing all these data points. Now it's good to think about, why am I in touch and engaging this customer at each touch point? Now you have these data assets. It's good for you to analyze this and get to know your customer intimately. Really understand who the customers are, what they want, and when they want it. You know, really drive that intimacy so you can actually drive consistent value for your customer, knowing who they are at every touch point. So really analyze that data and make sure that you're consistently driving value. And then the third step, last but not least, you know, it's actually the acquisition step. This is your growth path now, right? So we spoke about 2 things, right? You had your, you know, your organizational efficiency. Then now you have your retention. Now you combine those things to actually create customer acquisition. This is very critical, right? And I say this, it's critical because you're going to be using some of your assets, which is, you know, your customer. Your happy customers are going to be driving your brand equity moving forward. You know, really think about using your customer and create a community of happy customers around your brand, right? And this drives brand equity. You know, there's some research that's done that, you know, they said that 40 happy customers, it takes 40 happy customers to remove a comment of 1 unhappy customers. So you see there's, you know, there's an imbalance there, right? Whereas, you know, it takes 1 unhappy customers to really, you know, just set things in array. And then, you know, some research by Zendesk, 88% of customers said an online review actually influenced their purchase and buying decisions, right? So if you think about that, you also have to think about, where are your customers hanging out? You know, how do I get this in front of them to make sure that I'm actually driving those reviews and making sure that they're good reviews? And then reduce marketing costs. You know, we're talking about growth here, right? Without breaking the bank, right? So you have to think about these 2 levers that you have to play with: reduce costs and then grow income, right? So if you think about reducing marketing costs, you know, have your customers become your promoters. You know, it sounds really, really simple, right? And it sounds, you know, it just sounds like, you know, like it's easy, right? But it takes work to invest in your customers and making sure that they become promoters for your brand, right? You know, American Express did some study, and 42% of consumers said that a friend or family actually influenced their purchasing. So if you think about this, you know, they like to say birds of a feather flock together, right? If you have happy customers, that enjoy your brand, enjoy your service, there's a high probability that a friend or family are just like them that would actually enjoy your brand and your services, right? So you need to make sure that you're pushing and using that your customers as your promoters. And then take the next necessary action. As I mentioned in the beginning of this, you're going to hear about, analysis, data, analytics and action. So now this is the action part, right? You have all these happy customers. They're saying great things about you. Now, how do you position that, and get it in front of new customers so they can actually build a relationship with you? And, it's one thing when you go and shout on a billboard and say how great you are, but it's a different dynamic when you have your customers really preaching and telling the world how great you are as a brand, right? So, use those testimonials, use those, that feedback, use the stuff that your customers are saying, as your marketing collateral. Get them on websites, get them on marketing campaigns, you really use it on social media, right? And really drive that acquisition step in this whole process of this three-step process. So let me just recap. So the whole point of this is to really make sure that 1, you're driving growth, 2, you're saving money while driving growth, and also 3, which is the most important part, you have happy customers, right? So let's recap. 1, operational efficiency. Really drive, the efficiency between you and your customer. Make sure you're building the culture of delivering that efficient product when the customer wants it, right? And then customer retention. Make sure, as I said before, it takes, 5 times as much to get a new customer than it is just to actually retain and maintain your current customer. So really focus on that current customer. Make sure that you're driving value and consistent value for them, that they want to actually buy more and buy into your brand a bit more. Make it become sticky. And then the third is the customer acquisition. Your customers are actually going to really drive the acquisition of your brand or service. Use your customers as that that billboard, right? Let your customers tell the world how great you are, right? Let them actually tell their friends and family, right? But you actually have to start to make sure you're delivering on your promise with the customer. So that's it for me in the 3 simple steps and the 3 guides to make sure that you're not breaking the bank and also you're growing as a business. And thank you for having me. Again, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ajua.
Thank you so much, Mr. Griffin. That was a powerful and fantastic presentation. We were glad to have you here, the CEO and co-founder also of Ajua. And now we want to do something a little bit interesting. I know we have been seated here and probably you have been logged in since morning, but we just want to make sure that we have the blood flowing and we want to have a little bit of fun. So wherever you are, I'd kindly request you, just pull your seat aside, all right? If you're in the office, wherever you are, you can be able to just call a few of your colleagues over, because now we are starting the year, we're starting with the forums, and we want to start on the right path, okay? So there's just something small that I want you to do. I hope you have a little bit of space there. If you're working from home, you can be able to invite your kids over. If you're in the office, you can be able to call some of your colleagues. It's a 1-minute dance, but I want to show you what you're going to do, all right? So I want you just to put one hand down, another hand down, and then you bring it up and bring it up. It's like a mirror, because I want you to be the face and the mirror of this city when it comes to the technology space. So you look at yourself and then you swerve it and swerve it and swerve it and swerve it, all right? And then the next one, we just want to go to the side, because I want you to go to every corner of your organization and take the information that you have gotten to every corner and every city and even every country in this globe, all right? And I want you to give me a 4-step after that. That is a 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're out, and you bring it out, all right? 1, 2, 3. The fourth one is inside. 1 and 2. So we're going to take the 4-step round. For the 4 quarters of the year, I want you to be plugged in with the CIO forums that are going to be there. So in quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, and out. All right? And after we do that, I am confident that when you go back to the office, your phone will not stop ringing. It'll keep on ringing. All right? Thank you so much. Mr. Director, give me that music so that we can be able to start, okay? Awesome, awesome. Make sure that you have enough space. And I just want you to make sure that you're comfortable and that you're feeling good and your knees are okay, all right? Mr. Director, you can take it off. All right?
Away!
You're the mirror out there.
And your project plan.
Take it to the left. Every quarter you play with the CIO. And all the other power partners engage with each other and make the connections. Thank you very much. I'm confident that we are going to be able to proceed from there. So now we want to have a very interesting and lovely, lovely panel discussion. This is from the Internet of Things to the behavior of things. That is quite interesting. But before we go into the panel discussion, I know Laura had also mentioned, woo, that even broke a sweat. Yeah. It's called the Sweat of Swag. So Laura had also mentioned that they have a lovely package where you can be able to get a gold subscription, and that will give you, from every month, you'll be able to have the print media, all right? And also you'll have the magazine on print and also online. So we'd want you to have, I'd like to call it the holy grail of CIO East Africa. Make sure that you can be able to get that magazine. Make sure that you can be able to get it online and also get the hard copy so that you can stay informed with what's happening in this digital space. You can be able to share it out there, have discussions, and it will keep you informed. And one thing that I'm confident about that particular magazine is that it will give you a differentiated conversation when you're talking to the other corporate leaders out there. So stay informed and make sure that you have that magazine with you, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are going to go into a panel discussion where we're going to discuss from the Internet of Things to the Internet of Behavior. That is quite an interesting discussion. All right. And on our panel, we have none other than the Director for Information Technology. He's the CIO at Safaricom. This is none other than George Juguna. Welcome, George. And then also we have Dr. Avinash Ramthol, who is also the Technology Sales Consulting Leader, Africa Operations from Oracle. Welcome, Dr. Avinash. And then also we have Moses Kemi Barrow. He is the CEO at Dot Service. So welcome, Moses. We are glad to have you. And then we have the COO from Safiri Express. This is none other than Mbugua Njihia. Welcome on board, Mbugua. And also we have the pleasure of having the Chief Digital Officer at Housing Finance. This is none other than Rose Muturi. And to moderate this session, this is none other than the Manager Public Policy at Safaricom. This is the ever so lovely Rosemary Kimwatu. Welcome, Rosemary, and over to you as you take us through this panel discussion. We appreciate you, and yes, we are welcome and glad to have you on board. Asante.
Asante sana, Ian, for the lovely introduction. I am really grateful. So our viewers, karibuni sana to today's discussion, and we're talking about from the Internet of Things to the Internet of Behavior. What has changed? Right from the early on, we were very excited when our products were very intuitive. You could get a machine connected to your, a computer connected to your blender, connected to your fridge. But what all that caused, according to Gartner, is that there was a collection of digital dust. And now the dust has been mopped up, and somebody has taken advantage of trying to make sense out of the digital dust, which has now led us to the new generation that is the Internet of Behavior. So what is the Internet of Behavior? The Internet of Behavior is a combination of technology, your products, and psychological and psychology. So people analyze your psychological behavior and how you use your different devices, mopping up the digital dust from how you utilize your phone, which is different from how you utilize your laptop, which is also different from how you utilize your electronic devices. So from an ethical perspective, already you start getting scared. You ask yourself, at what point am I really the one making the decision? And that's what Internet of Behavior actually is about.
Yeah,
about taking advantage of data, and where organizations can either use that data to make a more seamless experience for you. So yes, so we're going to have a very interesting discussion with our panelists, our panel members. And today we're going to discuss right from the top. Are we ready from a technical perspective? Have we prepared ourselves adequately in terms of technologically, like training? And to get us started with that is, yes, to get us started is going to be Mbugua Njihia. Hi, Mbugua. Good morning. Rather afternoon now.
How are you doing, Rosemary?
Yes.
Afternoon.
Asante sana and welcome. So my question to you is, right from a technical perspective, are we ready to start tinkering with these innovations locally? And what are your suggestions? And what are the lowest hanging fruits in terms of adaptation in the Kenyan market?
Great question, Rosemary. When we look at it from a capacity building perspective, we need to look at the different in the value chain. And after we look at that, we can then identify any gaps that exist. So first we have the consumers who are mostly oblivious of the data that they generate as they go along their daily lives. Whether we're using our apps or our wearables, we're not really aware of the sort of data trove that we're generating. And also businesses are yet to fully realize the potential of that raw data that they may have, many touch points that they have with consumers. So more executives need to understand this value and commission their teams on more ambitious projects that can birth innovative products and services. Lastly, I would say that developers and engineers bear the biggest burden, since these solutions must be able to collect, store, and analyze this data. And when you're talking about IoT and now transitioning to IoB, this is data that comes in at high volume and also at what we call high velocity. And it must be architected to align to the data privacy regulations that are popping up in many jurisdictions, including our very own Kenya. So we need more developers with these skill sets that use artificial intelligence and machine. And I would say that we are ready, but I need to be more bolder and get into the deep end of crafting more products and services at scale that essentially leverages on the internet of behavior. So you asked about use cases, and a few come into mind. And I'd like us to have the the guiding thought here being motivation, since IOB outcomes are always directly linked to some form of motivation, which is mostly commercial in nature. So first of these industries I'd say is the insurance sector, whose products are notoriously known to be sold and never bought. You never go out looking for an insurance product. It's most of the times a guy is either banging down your door or waiting for you at the parking lot at a supermarket, trying to sell you an education policy or other such thing. So Internet of Behavior in terms of
Okay. Bogwa, sorry, you've frozen in the screen, but no worries. We're going to listen. And I think it's very interesting. Now that he mentioned it, the only insurance that I've paid for is the one that is actually compulsory. That was before. Now you had a bit more to spend. But earlier on, you only paid for car insurance to keep your car going. And at that point, the kind of car insurance you paid for was dependent on what you had in your pocket. So we're going to swiftly move to Moses Kemimaro. Moses, some very interesting facts in regards to Internet of Behavior. First and foremost, that by 2023, 40% of the world will be utilizing Internet of Behavior technology. And by 2025, it is predicted that at least one person, at least you'll be utilizing at least one technology in, you'll be served by one IOB technology. And they're saying that it's either commercially or by the government. So do you want to jump into your question, or Mbugwa, do you want to finish for 2 minutes? Moses, continue.
Okay, thank you so much, Rosemary. It's a pleasure. So I come primarily from the digital marketing space, and I think for us, when we look at the Internet of Behavior, I think we see, from a customer perspective, many possibilities, because you are then able to deliver more satisfying experiences. You can anticipate or predict how customers are going to behave. Again, I love the fact that Mbugwa mentioned the issue around privacy and some of the concerns that are really becoming key in this area. We can see that, for instance, cookies are going away, so the ability to track and monitor and see what people are doing on digital advertising platforms, for instance, are going to be significantly reduced going forward. But the most important thing I can say about this is that when we start to understand your behavior within a digital context, if we're a brand or an organization that's serving you in one way or another, then we're able to anticipate and do so many more possibilities and predict your interests. We can start to deliver delightful services and offerings based on those key insights. And again, some of this information is communicated explicitly, some of it is implicitly. Artificial intelligence and machine learning do play very key roles in sort of leveraging the data trove that is coming off more customers as we look at our watches, our phones, and digital devices that are connected to the internet. So ultimately, I believe we start to anticipate, we have the potential to deliver extremely delightful offerings, but also there is this big question mark around those ethical boundaries that need to be maintained and ensure that there are no violations around the privacy aspects of those very same consumers.
Thank you very much, Moses. And at this point, as a customer, I'm wondering, we pushed you guys to make more intuitive platforms. We pushed you for more seamless interactions. And now at this point, as you've mentioned, there's an ethical balance that has to be created. Like, is it too much? Have we stepped over? Have we crossed the line as a technology? But the question next now goes to Avinash. Avinash, we've had Internet of Things, and now we're talking about Internet of Behavior. There's digital dust, which is hundreds and hundreds, and rather millions and trillions and terabytes of data that's lying out there that needs to be collected, analyzed. From a technological perspective, my question to you is, can you paint for us the picture of the future data management, data storage solutions? And Avinash is from Oracle, so this is way up your alley. Karibu, Avinash, welcome.
Thank you, Asante, Rosemary, and greetings to everyone on this session today. It's an interesting, very interesting topic actually to bring on board today, the Internet of Behavior. We have seen in the past the Internet of Things, and now we are hearing about the Internet of Behavior. So questions would arise as to what is really the Internet of Behavior. And sure, Rosemary, questions also arise around what would be the future of storage? Because there'd be a vast amount of data that is generated. So essentially, when we look at the IoT devices, the Internet of Things, so today there's a bulb that you can see in the lamp right behind me. It's got a bulb. So the bulb could be having an IP address. The microphone that you are holding, Rosemary, could be having an IP address. Every other device that you see around you could be having an IP address and an identity in the World Wide Web. This identity now it relates to people as well as devices, because people are using those devices. So out of Internet of Things and all the sensors that are actually making Internet of Things become a reality, so those sensors can actually combine, compile, and store, extract information about the users of those devices. And out of this connectivity now between the Internet of Things and people, what comes out is the Internet of Behavior. So it's about connecting people with IoT devices. And then out of these IoT devices to be able to sense the behavior of people and also maybe even predict in a certain fashion the behavioral pattern that people may exhibit. Now, this behavioral pattern has got a very heavy commercial value because enterprises can use this to then devise their products of the future and also predict the performance of those devices. So as that information is being collected, is being stored, is being mined, and algorithms of artificial intelligence would actually mine those data based on a certain set of algorithms, then there would be data that is intelligent and data that is actually in its crude format. So from crude format, you apply the algorithm, then you have data that is intelligent. So data, whether crude or intelligent, obviously it needs to be stored. But before that, I think there are some dynamics also of Internet of Behavior that we need to look at. While a lot of information is being collected on people, and that will also touch on the earlier topic that Moses was discussing with you, Rosemary, is the risk that that information poses. Because it can be information about a person, a family, a locality, a village, a town, a city, a country. Now, countries which are at risk of terrorism, and if that information which gets combined at national level becomes information that is being used by people who want to plan terrorist attacks, then all the information is there. They would actually probably not even need spies to be around in the region to plan an attack. Out of the behavioral patterns, who goes to a specific cafe on Saturday mornings between 9 and 12? Are they locals? Are they foreigners? Who are they? And if they are the target, then it becomes easy to know where to hit, when to hit. This is a danger. The other element, obviously, is the ethical and legal aspect behind it, which is being discussed already. Maybe I would extend it a little bit to the idea of obviously the freedom of expression of people, which is yet another dimension that is very interesting there. The question is, where does the freedom of expression stop? Is it where the right to privacy starts? So the freedom of expression stops where the right of privacy starts, right? And there are rulings on this from Supreme Courts of different countries. Now, if we look at the right of expression of people on social media, do we, or are we able to control that? Because that is also feeding into the Internet of Behavior. Besides the censors, that is on the one hand, we also have what people are actually voluntarily giving to the Internet. That also goes into the Internet of Behavior. Can you prevent people from giving that information? No, you cannot, because it is their right to express, as far as they're not infringing any legislations that are in place within the country. So that is another element that becomes very important in this equation. Coming back to the storage element, you know, different companies are storing information in different formats, in different standards, and these different storages need to be able to talk to each other. So there is the need for bringing standardization in the way that information is being stored. Obviously, the broader the scope of information being stored, the higher would be the requirement in terms of storage. So storage optimization or data format optimization becomes key. That's another element that needs to be looked at. And the third one is the security aspect of that information. When we talk security, we talk people, policy, process, and procedures. So all these need to be set in place at the area, the region, the locality, the data center where that information is being stored. And of course, while doing that, we need to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, authentication to access that information, availability and traceability of that information. So these are elements that need to be looked at. And if we put all these questions together, the answer that comes to mind, the cloud. So that information is being stored on the cloud, and the cloud provides the level of security that is required for that kind of storage. It provides elasticity in terms of price. It provides flexibility in terms of usage, and also affordability, because we can leverage the economies of scale which are providing those cloud services. So Rosemary, these are some points that I wanted to bring forward. I hope I did answer your question.
Actually, you did. Thank you very much, Avinash.
Okay.
Yes, and I like the fact that you've actually correlated back to the cloud. Like these huge amounts of data actually have to be stored somewhere, and you've explained this is the most versatile way of actually collecting and creating that communication between the devices and the technology. So I'm going to throw my next question to both Mbugua and Moses. So we're talking about all these future things. In the mix of it comes the need to build resilient technological platforms, and also the need to build payments of the future. What are your thoughts? How, Mbugua, you're back. Welcome back. So my question to you is, in terms of building technological capacity, and second, and which also Moses should explain, in terms of payments of the future. Moses, you've been writing about payments from way back when, from M-Pesa to Stripe and all these other payment platforms. How will it work under the Internet of Behavior? What are your thoughts, guys?
I can take a stab at that. Great to see you, Avinash, Moses. So I think earlier I shared the opinion that we need to develop a lot more capacity in terms of our developers and our engineers, because they form the bedrock of the service architectures that will actually power stuff. As consumers, we already generate a ton of this data on a day-to-day basis, and companies are starting to become more aware of the value of that sort of data that they have. But the developer class, of course, through everything that is machine learning, artificial intelligence, we need to upskill and have more people who are able to build out these systems. And when you talk, I mentioned retail as well as offering a fantastic canvas for the experimentation and building of what I call delightful or magical experiences. And you could imagine a situation, COVID, a lot of online shopping started happening. And if you now plug in it of things and extrapolate that into the Internet of Behavior, can we have services, subscription services for your more favorite products that just happens magically? And with payments, we've seen M-Pesa is trying to innovate around their app, and what is that they're going to introduce something like subscription services out of there. And you could imagine a situation where we know how many expected others are out there simply from, say, purchase history and things like that, and being able to offer them maybe products and services that make sense to them in the moment, and also the ability to deliver those products to them using the cheapest logistical models possible, because all this information is being aggregated into one place and being made in a way that makes sense.
Well, as long as I know when I'm being charged for something, I guess at that point we wouldn't mind. Moses, your thoughts, please.
From a financial standpoint, and it's of course, I suppose, appropriate that you work at Safaricom. I actually downloaded the new mobile app yesterday on iOS, which I really actually celebrated on social media. And I think the point I was trying to make there was that the sort of the basic transactive elements of technology are now getting much more intelligent. It's now able to discern, for instance, where that payment went, whether it was a bill that I paid for, or it was a family expense. And I think when you have a trove of data of this nature, data in itself is not as valuable as the insight you extract from it. And more importantly, at the consumer level, if that data starts to empower me, to show me how to do things better, or even starts to anticipate when I'm potentially heading for a wall in something from a financial standpoint, then we start to develop these really interesting scenarios and use cases where the data itself inherently starts to change the very behavior that it's tracking. And I think what starts to happen then is you start to see, for instance, in fintech, these apps that start to look at the way that you're dealing with your financials and actually starts predicting what you should do, or recommending what would be the ideal approach based on best practice. So I see the future, and especially in financial services, where this technology could actually help educate or even develop best practices, so that, let's say, the individual investor or the person looking at how to improve their personal finance, it's more than just transactions. It becomes a tool that actually makes you much more financially literate, by virtue that it can actually then the data trove to establish what the best practices are, and then overlay those best practices to the larger collective that is using this technology. So think about the possibilities in terms of it being able to, for instance, tell you what you need to do before you even know what you should do. So therefore, we have this potential to actually literally empower people using these technologies.
Okay, so we have just a few minutes to go, and I'm gonna save the best for last, the ethical conversation. I know we have touched on it, we have discussed it a bit, but and Avinash actually mentioned the nexus between freedom of expression and data protection. So I want each one of you in maybe a minute or under to answer my question. Have we stepped too far? Have we crossed the line? Are we bordering at that point where we need to actually step back and disconnect? As a parting shot, each one of us.
I could go. I could go first on that. I think that question is already time barred. We crossed the line in terms of being the ability of putting out our data out there over a decade ago. I think we're now in the position of saying, how can we best make use situation where we generate data on a daily basis? How can we make sure that it is safe? How can we make sure that every time it is accessed or utilized, I, as a consumer, am made aware, and that the businesses are more ethical about it being out there, and about data traveling and being crossed that decades ago. So let's consolidate and see how to make the best of the situation that we have.
Thank you very much. Who's gonna go next? Avinash?
So I think I would just go a little down into what quickly the Constitution of Kenya, for example. I know that there is no data protection law that has been enacted already. It is under pressure. And today you rely on the Constitution with regards to the protection of data. Yeah. Right. So now that is data that can be through the systems. It can be data that is on social media as well. But then there is no straight answer to your question, because while trying to ensure the freedom of expression of our people, we could actually be opening ourselves to risks. And those risks could actually go up to sextortion. It can go to child pornography. It can touch upon terrorism. So we have to be very conscious about these facts. And while trying to protect our people, because the state has the duty to protect its people. How do you protect the people when they also want to express themselves openly on social media? While expressing themselves on social media, they're also exposing themselves. So the trade-off that is required. The question you had, have we crossed the line already? I would rather the line keeps moving, because the expectations of people keep And now we have the Generation Z. After Generation Z, we are going to have Generation Alpha. The expectations from social media are so much more different than what yours and mine are, Rosemary. I would say the line keeps moving. Will not cross the line probably because the state will continue protecting its people.
Thank you very much. The line keeps moving. Finally, Moses, wrap this up for us.
Rosemary, I hope you get me a chance also.
But at the bottom line, I think for us is very interesting in the sense that we have a situation where the genie is already out of the bottle. So what do you do with that? And I think both the previous speakers have mentioned that. I think the reality is that, when you look especially at some of the platforms that we recently, I think WhatsApp was a big furor about the privacy elements and people having to register on that to, come back to Facebook and so forth. The reality is that for many of us, we're already hooked onto this. They're indispensable. We can't do without them, and our data is within them. It's being used for various reasons that we may or may not know about.
Okay.
But we need to be very cognizant of the fact that that fine balance in what we feel is essential and normal for us versus our own privacy is many people are still not clearly understanding some of the risks and they're putting out there. And I think there's a lot of user education required to ensure that within the ethical context, people are aware that they are essentially giving out everything to the public. So my sense is that at the end of the day, a lot of consumer education is required. Those terms and conditions that we always just click the box and not read, we need to be paying a bit more attention. Importantly, I think even at the privacy laws and such, which we even have in Kenya now, we need to make sure that those are actually enforced and not simply artifacts that are sitting in a file.
Okay, George, karibu sana. Welcome to the panel today. We're happy to have you. And yes, so we've talked about the transition, right from those data, metadata, now digital dust. There's been a mention of payments. What are your thoughts on our topic today, George? Yeah, we have like about a minute to go.
Thanks, Rosemary. Sorry, I was in a class. So I think the most interesting thing in the communication, I'll try and wrap it up with your last question because of time. I think if really we want to guide behavior to help people, because I think I come from the point of our organization of transforming lives, there is a certain element of information that we do receive, that players in financial institutions receive, that can be actually able to guide behavior in a positive way. I think many of the times people think about lending, but how do we also push a savings culture and behavior? So from today's topic really is, how can we use all these sets of information that we are picking up to actually guide consumers and move them in the right direction? Yes, it's great to play in the lending space and make all these margins, but really at the end of the day, how much have we helped the end user? And when we can start pushing products and services that are driving people towards a savings culture, towards creating wealth, towards not only seeing borrowing as the only way that they can leverage finances, then that use of data becomes positive for society. So I think data for good plays a key and very important place. In terms of payments platforms, I've done quite a bit in the last 1 year in terms of us setting up a next generation IoT platform, but really the scale is on the data and the analytics. The platform, yes, is good, leveraging all the sites we have, whether it's NB-IoT, the data centers, a state-of-the-art network. But the big thing really becomes how we use analytics, and that's going to be key. But using data for good, communicating to the customers why you're using it, and being able to help them see how you're transforming your lives through such technologies.
Thank you so much,
Thanks.
George. And I think as we wrap up today's conversation, for me, it's about how are we moving on to the next level where data is useful for us, but also at the end of the day, making sure that we offer the correct products to our clients. I think that's the back of the mind of all the panelists here today. But also maybe as a citizen of the digital world, is there a day when I'll be paid to offer my data? Yeah, I think we can leave this as a question. Yeah, instead of people buying off, yeah, I can give it a price and then we decide. Yeah, so have a lovely day. Thank you, audience, and looking forward to the next session.
The availability of shipping, operations, finance, and commodity data has redefined manufacturing and supply chain management in the modern era. To isolate past problems Oracle's supply chain and manufacturing applications use artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the Internet of Things to help companies understand data at scale. Root cause analysis simultaneously tracks manpower, machine, material, method, and management-related information back to its source. On an ongoing basis, the AI embedded in Oracle's personalized dashboards and visualizations enables real-time understanding of operations, rooting out inefficiencies in the present as they happen. Now, it's time to start seeing the future. The predictive analytics in Oracle applications let you plan for disruption before it hits, so you can build resilience now. Personalized recommendations let you estimate product quality and yield, maximize asset uptime, predict machine failures, and optimize order fulfillment. Seeing the future lets you define what's coming next, instead of being defined by it. It means better quality products, less unplanned downtime, and lower operational costs. It means continual innovation that can knock entire days off your fulfillment cycle, making every employee more effective at every level of your company. Learn from the past, then choose your future. Partner with Oracle.
Right, fantastic. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CIO East Africa, the Year Ahead Forum 2021. Our conversation and our focus has been on building a more resilient digital future. And now our next speaker, he is the Group CTO of Twiga Foods. This is none other than Cain Wanjau. And I'd like to quote in his own words, and I quote, he had said that 2020 undoubtedly made organizations rethink their IT strategies. 2021 will be a year of opportunities for companies that have positioned themselves well to take advantage of the new technology environment. Wise words from Cain Wanjau, and we look forward to having him and getting a lot of wisdom nuggets from him. So welcome once again, and over to you, Cain, as you take us through the next session. Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon and welcome to this presentation. My name is Cain Wanjau, currently the CTO at Twiga Foods. Today I want to talk about remote working, so strategies, possibilities, threats, and what a remote working IT department would look like both now and in the future. So I'll start by maybe giving context into how we've used tools in a remote environment. And by the nature of the company and type of business we run, we've actually been remote from pretty much the beginning. This is because we have people out in the field engaging with farmers. We have teams ordering and delivering to the vendors we serve, and they've had to use tools in a remote environment. Now, of course, for a lot of companies and for a lot of people, the onset of COVID is what made them think critically about how they work remotely, whether it's their teams, assets, equipment, and of course, information. So just looking back at our journey and how we thought about this from the beginning, one of the things we were very clear was we needed to have a very flexible approach. And this meant thinking all the way from things like tooling. So a mobile first approach, because a lot of people working remotely in the field needed access to tools, information, softwares, systems, services in a flexible manner. So I think one of the first things that we really settled on was trying to be mobile first to the largest extent possible. The second thing was also thinking around things like how do you provision things like connectivity. If you can imagine out in farms where connectivity may be a challenge, especially in areas where it may be good from an agricultural farming perspective, but network coverage might not be as strong. How do you ensure we equip them with tools for good connectivity? How do you think about strategies around redundancy? And I think a lot of that has also manifested itself in the last 12 to 18 months. So for companies that have had to think through, okay, our workforce is now going to work remotely from home or somewhere away from the office. What are some of the things we need to think about when talking about provisioning access to connectivity? I mean, it's usually the small things that matter. So giving someone data is a good idea, but then one also has to think about if I'm giving it to you on your primary phone and you're constantly getting calls, that's going to lead to interrupted connections. For example, if you're on calls or you need a constantly on connection. So it's also thinking around what kind of hardware from a connectivity standpoint do we need to provide people so that they work remotely in an efficient way. So those are things we had to actively think about in the early days. And for us, I think with the onset of COVID-19, it was not so much about rethinking how we did it. It was also a good chance for us to expand the concepts we had developed and implemented over the past few years to 100% of our staff rather than just our frontline staff. So I think learnings from there was be mobile first to the extent possible. From a tooling or connectivity standpoint, provision equipment and services. That also takes into account redundancy measures. With companies needing staff online, things like power and how that is taken care of also become an important thing. So I think for us, from a business continuity standpoint, we made a conscious effort to invest in power banks, mobile hotspots, and things that just made sure our staff are online. But then I think one of the main things and really one of the core topics in my presentation today is around security and how we secure people, equipment, information in such an environment. And I think three things have stood out for us, at least in our journey to date. The first one is around what type of device are you using? And what I mean by that is it a company issued device? Is it your own device? So the BYOD movement is growing and quite big. And with so many services and tools available in the cloud, it's almost as easy to log in from your own device as it is from a company issued device. Now, some companies may prefer this approach for cost reasons. So if they don't have to necessarily provision hardware or assets to their team, that saves them on cost. But then the flip side of it is, how do you secure company information? How do you ensure the tools are being used by the equipment that is probably the best use case for it? And these are things that now we've seen and have tried to work around. The security aspect is, of course, one of the more critical ones. Because when you think about it in a BYOD environment, for example, one has to think about things like mobile device management, MDM. So, and how do you balance like user privacy and also the need for a company to protect and secure its information? So, I think one of the key things is the strategy has to be clear from the outset. What are you willing to do? What are you willing not to do? Of course, this makes more sense for some companies and industries than others. So sensitive industries like banking or telecommunications may not want to go that route for obvious reasons. But then for companies that feel this is a more flexible approach, it's also making sure the right measures, both from a control standpoint in terms of company information and property, is secured. There's also the aspect of how do you compensate someone for them using their own device for work, because that's something that's starting to come up. So for a lot of companies, I think also making sure that is clear from the outset is very, very critical. The other thing that's important here is, I think, from when thinking through IT policies or your security policies, to be more specific, it's also being clear around what can the company do with your phone if it's a BYOD phone or asset for that matter, and what will we not do. So it's very critical to spell out this is what we'll be able to track or provision on your phone. This is what we will not do. Because I think for a lot of people, that's where the concern usually comes in. Yes, you're asking me to access work information from my phone, but what is this going to expose me to in terms of my personal information? So I think IT departments face unique challenges. They don't even have the ability, for example, to receive and vet or audit their device before it's being used. So a lot of companies now are doing hiring and onboarding virtually 100% without the employee having to step into the office before they start working. Now, if they're bringing a device the IT department has no control over, it's around now asking what are the strategies where we ensure we do asset or hardware onboarding the right way? How do you ensure that we have given the employee the right information? And how do you ensure that we are constantly also monitoring threats to company information or company systems? So I think the thing we've seen quite a lot is for people and organizations that are facing this, I think it's a paradigm shift. A lot of us were 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Until very recently, you could only really work from desktops. Now with laptops, now laptops not even being company-owned laptops. I think for IT departments, it's thinking through, okay, how do I make sure that I'm giving the most flexibility? Because some people may even say, I've used this type of computer, I've used this type of phone, and this is my preference, that's what makes me work best. And it may not even be compatible with some of the tools or solutions that existed prior to this shift to remote working. So it's now also thinking through what are the new tools, processes, or policies we need to bring in place. I think a lot of companies are now realizing that, okay, we may need to shift to cloud-first solutions. So native solutions are things you have to install either on your phone or on your computer for that matter, may work for some computers or some assets and not others. This was not an issue before because you had a scenario where the IT department has chosen the asset and they've taken that decision conscious of, we know it can work with every solution we potentially will install down the road. But that's really, really changed. So for IT departments, it's being as flexible as possible. Of course, it's not possible to look at every scenario or every possibility out of the box. But it's important that to the maximum extent possible, this flexibility in how some of these decisions and choices are made. I would say the other thing that one has to be mindful of or careful about is shadow IT. So the thing about remote working is everyone will start thinking around, I need a new solution, or I think this works better, and they go ahead and install it and they use it for company work. And company may have no visibility until later on down the road, and it may be even in a scenario where they needed access to information, but it's in a tool or system they've never seen or authorized before. So I think for IT departments, it's to be very clear around how people introduce softwares and tools and they're not aware of. I think people are familiar with any issues where you log in with your personal account to do a company purchase or vice versa, and it becomes an issue should this person leave, and the information is needed and it wasn't done with a company account or something the organization had access or control over. So I think shadow IT will be the other interesting space. And when you think about it from a security standpoint, because it's not much harder to vet and understand what the risks are with some of these new solutions. Employees will always be creative. And I think it's finding the right balance. How do you encourage you to use the best tool for the job? But how do we balance that against making sure, one, it's a tool the company has access to, it's secure enough, and company information and IP will not be compromised in this new working environment. So that brings up a whole host of interesting security questions. But I think it's one of those things that's here to stay. And I think from a policy standpoint, it's maybe having the right balance between flexibility and standardization. With companies now having almost all their staff using technology one way or another, you may find the best tool for the job may be actually better known by those employees. So to give you an example, within Twiga, we have engineering who do the core software development. We have a product team. We have people who focus on training and engagement. We have technical services who oversee assets and IT infrastructure. And the tool being used by one of those teams may not be the best tool being used by another team. And I think we're in an age where employees are empowered and should be empowered to think around which tool helps me do my job the best. Now, it's really the governance and the control around that would be important, because we want to encourage innovation, we want to encourage productivity. I think to the extent solutions can be standardized, I think that's great, especially from a communication standpoint. When you think about general productivity software like emails and high-level collaboration tools, I think those should be driven by the IT departments, because you do get efficiencies of scale. Of course, you do have volume discounts if you're buying it for everyone in the team. But then beyond that, it's also thinking through, okay, certain teams doing certain jobs, and find there's a better tool that we know of or have never heard of, and we need to think through how do we encourage this while also balancing the security needs of the organization. So I think that would be an important thing for IT departments to keep in mind as we now have this shift to remote working, which looks like it's here to stay with us. And I think finally, in terms of looking forward, one of the things is, I think over the next 3 to 5 years, there'll be a massive shift in how IT departments serve organizations. So it's been top down, everything has been found out from one central place. Even when you think about decisions around which tools, which solutions to use, that has gone through maybe a traditional procurement or decision process. But that model is changing. When you think about it in the context of a remote workforce, the remote team may feel that they have other ideas they may bring. So we may likely see a shift to bottom-up approach in terms of solutions and items companies will be willing to allow to come into the IT infrastructure. And it's just thinking through how do we optimize and make that process work as easily and as seamlessly as possible. From a purely security standpoint, I think it's now thinking through how do we make sure that whatever device or whatever approach that happens down the road, how do we make sure we're ready from a proactive standpoint. So being reactive, of course, will not be ideal, especially with a scenario where companies are looking to really, really move and scale quickly. It's also IT departments asking themselves, all right, how do we make sure that we are in the best position possible, so that whatever comes into the organization from a solution standpoint, especially with this bottom-up approach, we are ready, we can give feedback quickly, we can provision, we can make sure it's company visible, and the information doesn't get exposed in a manner that we are not comfortable with. So those would be my thoughts on this. But of course, I think given we're still in the pandemic, the way of working will continue to evolve. I think we're still learning a lot as IT departments and technology organizations. And I think towards the end of 2021, we'll now get a clearer picture of, okay, this is the way of working of the future. And it's best for IT departments to be ready for this transition that's currently happening. So thanks, and enjoy the rest of the session today.
Fantastic. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hasn't this been such an amazing session where we've been able to just cast the vision and show you what we are going to be doing for the rest of the year here at CIO East Africa. We are glad to have you here, and thank you so much for staying tuned and staying engaged with us. We want to appreciate Ken Wanjao, the CTO at Twiga Foods, for taking us through that particular session. We had an amazing and a fantastic time. Thank you also to our panelists who are here previously. Thank you, George Njuguna, a CIO at Safaricom. Thank you for joining us. We were glad to have you. Thank you, Dr. Avinash, also from Oracle. We were glad to have you. Moses Kemibaro, the CEO at Dot Survey. And we are also glad to have Mbugwanji here, also here with us from Safiri Express, and also Rose Muturi, the Chief Digital Officer at Housing Finance, moderated by none other than Rosemary Kimwatu, a Manager Public Policy at Safaricom. Thank you so much for your insights, for your knowledge, and also for your wisdom. We were glad to have you here. We want to go into now another interesting panel discussion where we're going to be discussing 2021 security predictions. And for this, we have in the panel, we have Peter Kahigi. He is the cybersecurity specialist, Global Cybersecurity Capacity Center. And we also have the honor of having the IT security and risk manager from the Bank of Kigali, Anatole Gahongayire. We are glad to have you. And we also have the pleasure of having the CIO Financial Services deepening. This is none other than Rahab Wangare. And we also have the honor, the pleasure of having Imran Chaudhry here, the country manager, Fortinet. We are glad to have you here on board with us and to moderate this discussion. He is an IT consultant with a wealth of experience from the legal sector to also the manufacturing division. This is none other than Francis Mwangi. So we are looking forward to having an amazing panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Sit back, relax, and get engaged. All right, thank you so much. And over to you, Francis, as you take us through the session. Welcome once again and stay tuned.
All right, thank you so much, Ian. Your energy, as always, is very infectious, and thank you for taking us through the sessions today. A very good afternoon to each and every one of you, and thank you for joining us from wherever you're joining us from, every location for this virtual event. My name is Francis Mwangi, as Ian has mentioned, and I'm a freelance IT consultant in the area of information security. And I'm glad to be taking you through our last panel for the day, where we'll be discussing, our security predictions for the year 2021. Now, we have seen a lot that has happened in the previous year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And due to that, a lot of organizations have scaled up, remote working arrangements. And security has come into play due to that. And we're just going to be having a very broad discussion on that. And as we move along, I'd just like to introduce my very able panel today. And I'm going to give each of them an opportunity to just introduce themselves and tell us more about themselves. So we have Anatole Gahongayire, all the way from Rwanda. We've got Rahab Wangare, and we've got Imran Chaudhry, and we've got Peter Kahigi. So over to you guys. Let me start with the ladies, if you would. Please just introduce yourselves. Let me start with Rahab. Rahab, please go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us, a bit more about yourself, even as we get into this discussion.
All right, thank you, Francis. My name is Rahab Wangare Munyoroko. I'm an ICT professional with experience in infrastructure, ICT security, general IT operations, IT governance. I've been working in the IT space for over 10 years. I'm currently taking care of IT for FSD Africa and providing technology support for various programs that are in Kenya and other parts of Africa. I'm very glad to be here, and I look forward to an engaging discussion on the security predictions for 2021.
Asante sana, Rahab, and we are glad to have you. We can move over to Peter.
Asante sana, my name is Peter Kahigi. I'm pleased to be part of this panel today. My background is in technology, like Rahab and the others, and currently I'm a member of the panel of experts at the Global Cybersecurity Capacity Center at the University of Oxford. Pleasure.
All right, thanks, Peter. All right, I think we can now jump into our discussion today. It's a very exciting topic that we're discussing today, security for 2021. And even as we begin, I think towards the end of last year and beginning of this year, we saw, a statement released from, WhatsApp, and they were introducing a new policy which they wanted all of their users to accept by a certain deadline in the month of February. Now, a lot of people were up in arms against this, and with many threatening to move to other platforms like Signal and Telegram. And I'd just like to engage you, Rehab, on this and just ask you, what are your thoughts on this? What kind of effect do you think this will have moving forward? Are we likely to see other players coming into the industry due to this? What effect will this have on data privacy, even as we discuss security today? What are the implications? Let's hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Francis. I believe there's not going to be any material change because WhatsApp is a very personal tool that people use. And I know right now there's a bit of use in the corporate space, so it's blurring the lines between corporate and personal. But if the Facebook team who own WhatsApp do not quickly amend their rules so that people don't feel like their data is exposed or they're forced to do things that they don't want to do. If they don't amend that quickly, then we'll have people like Telegram taking over, we'll have Signal taking over, because for those particular ones, they're very clear that personally identifiable information is paramount. The security of that is paramount. They're very careful not to expose data. They even disclose how much they keep and how much they can share. So I think there's not going to be any material change except to those players who have been very strong in their opinions and the stuff that they want to keep that belongs to their customers.
All right, thanks, Rehab. I think I'll also engage you, Peter, on this. Maybe you could give us your thoughts on the same.
Okay, thank you. So in January, when this announcement came out, within 3 days, we saw the growth of Telegram users grow by 25 million subscribers. And that was as a quick signal that the consumers of the service were getting finicky about this. On the flip side, you have seen also that governments are also finicky and uncomfortable about the growth and the muscle that the technology companies have. I mean, to give you an example, these social media companies were able to silence the most powerful man in the whole world, irrespective of which side you're on in this argument, whether it was right or wrong. It just shows you how powerful the companies are. So it's not just consumers of the service that are worried, even states are getting worried about the power that these tools have. And you will see in the coming year a lot more interaction by the states in how they're used, but also the consumers demanding for more and the providers of these services adjusting to both these forces, the users as well as the governments who are in charge of the jurisdictions where they operate. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Peter. I'd like to just stay with you for a few more minutes there. And, during Imran's presentation, he's not able to join us now, but during his presentation today, earlier, he mentioned that one of the likely scenarios where we will see in the year 2021 is the weaponization of AI and machine learning. We're likely to see a scale up in social engineering attacks, and attacks on internet edge and the intelligent edge and 5G. But apart from these, what would you say are other predictions that you can make in the area of security, and how well can organizations prepare themselves to mitigate against such attacks as we move along?
Sorry, is this for Peter or for?
All right, please
go ahead.
You can go ahead. Rehab, please go ahead.
All right, that sounds okay. I'll just go ahead with this. I don't believe that the data breaches that are going to happen in 2021 are any different from what has been happening in 2020. If anything, they're going to be the same. They're going to be more rampant, and there will be more scammers in the space. We're going to continue to see phishing and ransomware, identity theft, extortion and fraud, and social engineering increase. Already the financial services sector is disadvantaged enough because 71% of all data breaches are financially motivated in the first place, because the finance sector is both data rich and cash rich. So it's a very comfortable place for scammers to be because they're looking for the money. When it comes to something like phishing, that nearly doubled in 2020 from what it has been in the previous years. And organizations that don't have things like multi-factor authentication, managed devices, encryption, data loss prevention tools in place, they will really struggle. So these are things that they need to start working on right now, because the reputational and financial repercussions of a breach they're not worth it. When it comes to things like ransomware, where people demand for payment after blocking access to your systems, we've seen that the amounts paid to ransomware have reached over 1 billion per year. That's a lot of money. And when it comes to identity theft, extortion, and fraud, which is very rampant in Kenya, we see this where people receive calls. Well, they claim it's from committee, either from a call or even an SMS. They'll try to use these bulk SMS systems. I've seen they're getting even fancier. They're using WhatsApp. So all this will continue to happen, but on a larger scale. And finally, in the social engineering front, where you're scammed to willingly reveal your personal information. So people have to be very careful when dealing with anyone who tries to reach out to you online that you're not familiar with. But how do we mitigate this? I think there are already available measures in place that you can use to mitigate from a personal point of view, as well as a corporate point of view. I think for corporates, you'll need to ramp up or embark on, if you don't already have this, your security awareness program for your employees. You can make this very interesting, while also underscoring its importance. You can give certificates for the greatest cyber security aware employees. You can maintain a leaderboard, and so on and so forth. And I know a couple of organizations that already give this as a service, but internal IT also needs to be empowered to provide the same awareness to their employees. We also expect to see cybersecurity professionals increase as a mitigation measure. Either they can be in-house or they can be outsourced. You can have an outsourced cybersecurity solution, but there might be more training required to do this, because I don't believe we have enough cybersecurity professionals in Kenya to take care of the ongoing threats. As an organization, there will be need to invest time and money to keep your company and personal data safe. And when it comes to time, you may already have these systems in place, but they are not configured or they are not configured appropriately. So just taking the time to go through what you have, do a review, do an audit, and fix what can be fixed before you invest any money. And then the next step is to invest money where you for sure see you need to do the investment. And this is a huge conversation between CIOs and their stakeholders. But the cybersecurity threat landscape is very unforgiving. So, quickly addressing the needs is super important. Obviously, the last thing to mitigate this is to increase your cybersecurity tools and systems and policies and procedures, because documenting this gives a guideline to employees on what's expected. Shadow IT is a huge thing that Kane mentioned, where people try and use a system that they like, but IT has not endorsed or looked into. So it's very important that these things are put in policy for reference and for posterity. There might be also need to hire data security or data privacy officers. Now that we have the data protection laws in Kenya, we have a data commissioner. So it's good to start preparing to be compliant.
Okay. All right, and it's very interesting. I like the fact that you've mentioned, about cybersecurity experts. And most organizations will now have to, go ahead and invest in skilling their resources internally, whether they decide to do it internally or to outsource. But I can see Anatol Gahongayire from... All right, okay. So I think what I would like us to now delve into, because I think it was Harry who mentioned that we are living in the age of COVID, accelerated digital transformation, CADIT. I like that term. I think I'll use it somewhere else. And also another speaker who was Jane Mwai, our CIO for the year 2020, mentioned that organizations are now willing to spend, before you would go to your stakeholders or your senior management and ask them to spend to spend on IT, but it would be an issue. But now we have seen that organizations are more willing to spend because they have seen that it's necessary. So Peter, my question to you would be, what are we likely to see organizations spending on this year? Are we likely to see more training for staff? Are we likely to see more spending on security solutions? What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, thank you very much. To answer that question, you need to ask yourself two questions. The first one is about human behavior. Do you behave the same way working from home as you do working from the office? Consider the environment, the loved ones around you, maybe children running around. Do you log off when you leave your desk, as you would do when you leave your desk in the office? Do you practice some secure data practices? The other question that you want to ask yourself is about the infrastructure that you use when you're working from home. Is the infrastructure resilient? Is it as secure as the one that you use in the office? And if you answer those two questions to yourself as honestly as you can, then you will know that budgets will have to increase, especially for data protection, because a lot of people are going to be using either company data or publicly identifiable data in their jurisdictions at home without being necessarily in the office environment, and therefore certain other controls have been put in place to protect customer data, personal identifiable data, and other data. The other thing that I suspect is going to happen is strengthening mobile device management. I know that a lot of organizations in East Africa and the world over now expect that when you go to work with them, you will come with your own mobile device. This is the mobile phone. And they will then configure your device to be able to use within the enterprise environment. That proliferation of mobile devices of different kinds and coming from different sources is definitely going to become a huge contribution to the threat landscape. And therefore, the management of these mobile devices is going to become a concern of the enterprise. I could give you many answers, but let me just touch one more, which is around service management. Service management is definitely going to become more complex, because where you had one building with 200, 300 employees, and you could control a lot of things through the LAN and the WAN, now you have people working from home using different methods of connecting to the enterprise. So service management and support is going to become a little bit more complicated, especially with the attendant technologies, the data centers, the wide area networks, and therefore there will definitely have to be a little bit of spend in that area. The breaches will definitely increase because of remote working. And also the pressure on infrastructure is going to increase. If all of us keep on using video infrastructure to communicate, it's going to become more and more complicated. Therefore, institutions will have to think about re-engineering how they do video calling to make them more efficient, focused on more small sessions, and also to be able to lock out the kind of people that we saw bumping into video calls in the early days when we started using things like Zoom and Teams. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Peter. Very interesting points that you mentioned there. I'd just like to put this question across to the two of you, because you are technology leaders in your own right and in your own space. And judging by the new norm that we have and the new ways of working, what are some of the things that security vendors, when they come to you as technology leaders, what are some of the things that you'll be expecting to hear from them this year in terms of the solutions that they are, they want to bring to you, even as you continue securing your remote workers? We can start with Rehab.
Yeah, I think a security service provider will have to, do a penetration test. They will have to do a vulnerability scan to see how secure our infrastructure is from external players. And if they're not able if they're able to determine that there are challenges or there are some gaps in our security, then they should be able to advise on how they can fix them. I think another thing that I would expect a security service provider to do will be to ensure that my workforce, my company's workforce, is cyber aware, not just in the office environment, but wherever they will be, because we are geographically dispersed as a workforce. Where I work, and I believe right now for almost the entire world. I mean, I believe during COVID, companies accelerated their digital transformation. Something they could have done in 5 years, 20 years, they did in 6 months. So, my cybersecurity provider will have to be able to answer those questions for me. They will have to be able to provide training to people on how to secure themselves, personally, and also for the company. Yeah, and they will have to do the penetration testing, vulnerability scanning as well.
All right, thanks a lot, Rehab. Peter?
Yes, I agree with Rahab absolutely 100%. I think the other thing that the cybersecurity companies may want to convince me if I'm running a small business or a large enterprise is how they can influence a good cyber culture within the enterprise. What kind of methods I should use to transform the cyber culture so that I can create an environment of cyber hygiene. Because the biggest challenge with all these technological tools is that if you still have people who are clumsy in the way they work, especially people who have privileged access, then all the tools and all the amazing software will not serve you. So the one thing that I think they need to, the cybersecurity companies need to focus on right now is how to create a cyber culture within the enterprise that creates cyber hygiene with this whole dispersed way of working that we're working. And then on the other end of the spectrum would be to look at the customer, understand my business, understand my customer, and then ensure that I can deliver all the goods and services that I deliver to my customer in a trusted manner. If those two things can be met with the things that Rahab has mentioned, then I think they will be able to give value to their customers. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Indeed, we do know that, we can invest in all the technology that we want to invest in, but the user is the weakest link. And if we do not create, a culture where we are continuously training our staff regarding awareness, then really all our efforts become futile. But even as we move along, what would you say would be the strategy for, CISOs and CIOs within organizations? What would be the IT security strategy in the long term, say maybe in the next 5 years to come? We don't know how the landscape will look like. We don't know how things will be. We're just making our predictions. But what are your thoughts? Where are we headed from here?
I think it's just the same things that we've been saying. For a CISO, your focus is not just on systems, it's not just on devices, it's also on people. And I think for people, what I've mentioned earlier regarding cybersecurity awareness, that's paramount. For systems, you have to figure out the level of systems you have. Do you have a blended setup where you have some cloud systems and others that are on-premise, or do you have a pure on-premise setup, or do you have a pure cloud setup? the security considerations for both need to be documented and followed. And finally, when it comes to devices, you have so many
Sorry to
different
cut
types.
you short, Rehab. I think you have a window open and the wind is blowing in.
I hope that's better.
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't know how much. All right, I don't know how much you missed, but I've covered people and systems. Those are some of the key things that CISOs need to focus on. And finally, it's devices. There are different levels of devices. There could be servers, there could be endpoint devices like people's laptop. There could be BYOD devices like mobile phones. All of this, you need to figure out how to secure them within your infrastructure. Whether you're going to manage them or whether you're going to completely prevent people from having their own devices in the office environment, all of that needs to be defined. I think these are the same things that you've been focusing on as a CISO in 2020 and in 2019. This year, they'll be much more critical because your teams are not in the same office environment. They're not domiciled, where you can see them, where you can monitor how the internet use is like, the malware in their devices. You're not able to do that physically. Out how to do that remotely.
Right. Thanks, Rahab. Peter?
Yes, Wahab, you've mentioned something that is very powerful. In fact, you've opened my mind to things like software updates, because normally when we walk into the office, we connect our computer and all the updates now come automatically. And that's going to be a challenge from a technical perspective of the CISO. To be honest, if any chief executive has not shifted their cybersecurity strategy since COVID, they should now, because there are going to be increases in cyber breaches, and these are the areas the CISOs need to look at because of remote working. The other issue is going to be a public policy issue, depending on the jurisdiction where you are. I believe that governments are going to demand for data sovereignty more than ever. And as a result, because of the people who make policy being a bit distanced from the technology table, you're going to have decisions such as moving away from public clouds being made within certain governments. And so every CISO needs to be thinking about how can they work in an environment where you're not fully dependent on a public cloud for all your services to be running. You know that in East Africa, 2 of the countries have had to have internet shutdowns because of the elections. And this was really premised on the fact that people were misusing social media to send out hate messages, to send out fear-mongering and send out fake news. And because the governments had no other choice, they had no way of filtering these hate messages and fake news, the only solution was to shut down. So how do you as a CISO, how do you as a CIO keep your services running when internet has been shut down? These are some of the things that are going to be on top of the minds of CISOs, because it is inevitable that we will have to end up in that situation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. You have been a wonderful panel, and we have been able to at least touch on, a lot of these things that we are likely to see this year. So to Rehab Wangare, the head of IT at Financial Services Deepening, a big thank you to you. To Anatole Gahongayire from Bank of Kigali, the IS and Risk Manager at Bank of Kigali. Imran Chaudhry, who was not able to join us. And also to Peter Kahigi from Oxford University. A big thank you to our panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our discussion for today on security predictions for the year 2021. Thank you so much for joining us, and do have a lovely afternoon as I hand you over to my director in studio. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, Francis, for taking us through that session. And we want to appreciate our panelists for having a wonderful, wonderful discussion that has been able to empower us and grow us. And I'm confident that each and every one of us, we already have the vision that has been casted forward. And I know that we are confident enough to go and change the world for the better, so that now we can be able to be ready and agile for the disruption that is definitely coming in the public sector and also in the corporate sector. So we are glad to have you. So thank you so much, Francis, for taking us through that session. I appreciate Imran in absentia. We want to appreciate also Rahab Wangare. Thank you so much. Anatole and Peter Kahiji. Thank you so much for taking us through that. We are informed, we are empowered, and I'm confident that we are going to go out there and do a fantastic job. Let's change the world. Let's change the market. Let's go and disrupt the old systems that are there. And we are confident that we are going to take it to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the chosen one. You are the one who is going to be able to bring the change that the company has been waiting for. I want each and every one of us to be able to leave a legacy in our organization. Let them go and just reference you to the change that has happened in that particular organization. The board of governors, the board of members, everyone in your organization is looking forward to what you're going to come and implement. All eyes are on you. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take that challenge. Let us go be the best, do the best, and be the change that everyone is expecting to have, all right? So thank you, Mr. Director. I totally appreciate you. There's one song that I want us to just close with. And Mr. Director, over to you as you play that song, so that now we can do a little bit of jig just to celebrate, greatness.
DJ Natil, Joe Boy Ponte. Go to buffet, you might get so come and love it. Body on cha-cha-cha, I thought I don't mind the pepe dem. No, you don't matter, cause you go there. I'm to pepe, better one machine.
And I celebrate each one of you. Celebrate each one of you. 1 foot up, back. 1 foot front to the back. 1 foot front to the back. To the back. To the back. Celebrate each and every one of you. And we celebrate each and every one of you for the quality, for the wisdom, and for everything that you have shared. Alright? Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close. Right? We have come to the close. Okay? Thank you very all right, fantastic. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have finally come to the end of the session. We have enjoyed having you here with us. I know that the vision has already been casted. We know what is going to be expected the entire year. So engage with us, all right? Be with us and stay with us. All right, so thank you so much. Let's continue with the engagement. Let's continue like that. And we're looking forward to a more engaging session even as we proceed. So at this point, I'd like to invite Laura. All right, we want to invite Laura Chite to come, the CEO of CIO East Africa, to come and close the session for us. And ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that you subscribe on the gold subscription that is there for the magazine. That gives you an opportunity to have the hard copy and also the online print for the magazine. Okay? So let's make sure that we stay engaged and we can be able to engage each other. Be informed so that you can be able to have your elevator pitch ready there for you. So ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ian Mwerore. I have been your moderator for this session. Welcome once again to CIO East Africa, CIO TV. And this has been our session where we are casting the vision for the year ahead. Welcome once again, and over to you, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I hope you've had a fantastic session today. Today with me doing our closing remarks is Mbugua J here. Mbugua is the head of business at Safiri Express. Safiri Express is a startup. And remember, when I was doing my welcoming remarks, I talked about startups and the explosion of startups between 2020, and now it's even going to be more accelerated in 2021. I'd like you to tell me a little bit around where do you see the future of startups in 2021 and going forward, especially considering you're head of business of a startup.
There's an amazing report that's come out that's showing the amount of capital that startups, not just in Kenya, but across Africa have raised, and it's mind-boggling. If there was a time to have dreamt big, was at the start of the COVID pandemic, and running up into now this time where we keep saying this new normal thing, I think the only way is up. If you have any idea, get together a team, you have what we call creative capital, and start building. There's money waiting to plug into all these opportunities.
And you know what, Mbugua, the thing about startups is they need somebody to consume their solutions.
Yes.
Yeah. So I am urging all the decision makers who are here, whether business or technology, let's really dig deep and look into startups, local startups, and give them the opportunity to grow their business, go to market, be commercialized, and most importantly, create jobs,
Exactly.
which is Kenya government's one of big four agenda. Yeah.
I think enterprises should look at startups as a outsourced R&D, so to speak, because oftentimes as a corporate, there's corporate think that prevents you from moving as fast as a startup would allow. So the thing is, whether you're going to acquire them to absorb the team or invest in them, to be one of your best strategies to do going into 2021.
Excellent. So the next thing for me about closing remarks is I was looking at the content that was running today. And you know, it's amazing how the technology language morphs and changes very fast. All these technology acronyms. IoT, I'm now seeing IOB. You know? Mbugua, tell me about IOB.
There's one word like IOU.
Oh,
okay. Especially in the context of startups where there's a payment element for that. But speaking into IOB, we've all seen or have experienced what IoT is. Internet of Things, where if you've got a smartwatch or a smart ring that throws your data into all these online platforms. Now, IOB looks at how do you use that data to drive what you call behavior changes. And we spoke into the insurance space where how do we get drivers? If you go onto Twitter now, you'll see all these pictures being put up of rogue drivers, bad drivers. But with IOB, can we change that and make our roads safer? With IOB, can we move healthcare from it being about Laura is sick, how do we sort that, to let's help Laura not get sick by driving changes in lifestyle through IOB. So very, very many possible use cases for that sector, and globally it's projected to be $1 billion business.
And I look forward to us talking about IOB when we have the summits later in the year. But the amazing thing is when Dr. Tosef, she's from the medical industry, okay? She gave our first presentation today. It's amazing how you're talking behavior, insurance, she's from health, and here we are talking IOB. So it's amazing how technology is actually intertwining itself with human beings more and more. And it's not something we need to be running away from. We should actually be embracing it and see how it can improve our quality of life and how we do things and how we engage with our end customers, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
There's this thing that people say, are you running a technology business? And my opinion is that there's no technology business as a standalone entity. Every business is now a technology business, whether you're in retail, whether you're in healthcare, whether you're in transport, whether you're in education, you are a technology business. So technology is not a department anymore. Every business should now be natively a technology business.
Yeah. And data centers, data collected, data analytics, data this, data that, metadata actually. So finally, tell me about security, because we talk about security all the time. I just feel like we have not reached the epitome of security. It's like we talk about it, but we don't take it seriously. We are still seeing people being hacked, organizations being hacked, organizations with very sensitive data being hacked, governments, banks. Soon we will start seeing maybe cooperative movements. And what bothers me the most is that we don't talk about it. We don't have a law that says you should declare when you've been hacked. Do you think this should be changed? What advice do you have to give, like, the decision makers today around investing in security in 2021, considering we're doing remote working?
The issue of security is an interesting conversation, because for many executives, it always happens to the other guys. It's always the other guys who don't have secure systems, always the other guys who don't have enough talent. But believe you me, as you start aggregating all this information, IoT, IOB, payments, etc., wherever there's value being created, eyes will definitely shift there. And it's a matter of being prepared for when and not if. Some of us have actually been hit and we don't know it yet, because people are very good at even cleaning their tracks. So you have to be very cognizant of that, and again, have security embedded from the design principles, from the products and the services that we create. Otherwise, the unfortunate thing is that if and when you get hit, it could actually lead to your business collapsing.
Yeah. And I think this is the point where I also call like the HR leads within any organization. When you're putting together that training program, remember security starts with the individual.
Yes.
And it should actually be part of your skills training program for the year, because this situation is getting worse and worse. The more we are collecting, the more we're working online, the more we're exposed.
Exactly. And social engineering is actually the easiest ways that organizations get compromised. It's not all this stuff you see in movies that people are typing away at keyboards and hacking into systems. Very simple social engineering tactics. One of my favorite ones to refer to is the dropped USB. You go outside a large bank that's probably near a bus stop and you throw a USB that is compromised. What happens? A janitor or a member of staff comes and picks and says, whoa, this is a brand new flash disk. Let me go see what it's all about. What's in here? Will I find nudes? Will I find something that will be exciting? And you plug it in. Compromised. So HR, how do you educate everyone from your janitor to your tea lady about the risks that are posed with compromised security?
Yeah. So, Bogwa, give us your closing remarks. What do you think about the year ahead? What are the big things that you've left here with? And what would you advise anybody who has been watching and being with us the whole day?
The thing about COVID and most organizations reaching near rock bottom is that the only way is up. So I'm excited about what the year holds. We've seen the investment interest in African startups. We've seen the interest we've seen changing consumer patterns that are opening up new insights to say, you know what, Laura, you could actually invest in this particular business. So I'm very positive about what 2021 holds, especially in the realm of opportunities in the technology space.
Yeah, and we at CIO East Africa are very honored to have you as our regular partner. Thank you so much for supporting us all the time. We wish you all the best with Safari Express. This is your year. I know you've been working at this for many years.
Yes.
I think it's about 3 years now, and I see big things happening for you. Okay, so all the best, and make sure we continue holding each other's hands. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for your time today. I just have 2 requests for you. One, please fill out the polls and any feedback questions that you will get. We need to know, how do we move from here to the next summit, which we're having in March, which is the Cloud and Security Summit. You can start registering for that summit now. The agenda is up. The registration site is up. Go in there and look at some of the exciting things that we will be talking about at the Cloud and Security Summit. Share with us your feedback. Let us know if you'd like to engage with any of the partners we had today. I think we had very exciting, compelling content. Yeah. And for all of you to still be with us, it must have been exciting content. So let us know who you'd like to meet with after today's session. Start having your digital transformation discussions from today. Don't let it wait. There's no time like the present. Thank you and have a fantastic afternoon. Keep safe.